So good morning, everyone. Once again, for this day two session. So yesterday it was more of forma, and hope you guys were able to do something. Did you get to practice on something? So how many of you here actually practice something, tried something on forma? Can you just give a thumbs up or something? Okay.
So we like to share our screen now, sir.
Yes, please. Yes.
Is our screen visible?
Yes. Yes. Perfect.
Sir, we have made two proposals for this site, sir. This place
Okay.
is none other but our own college campus, sir.
Okay.
This is our first proposal, which is enclosed type of building with internal courtyards.
Okay.
And this is our proposal two. This is a head-shaped building
Okay.
with two open courtyards, sir.
Okay.
And
Okay.
we analyzed and compared these both proposals with our best of our knowledge with the tools
Okay.
you have taught me yesterday. So
Okay.
let me start the comparison.
Yes.
At first, we compare the sun hours of both proposals.
Okay.
As you can see here, it's
Okay. That's great.
this is what we done yesterday. And moving on to the next comparison, which we can do for wind analysis for both.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Comfort. From this, we can see both buildings, courtyards are comfortable for sitting and standing. You can see from it. And
Yeah.
next, we do noise analysis.
That's great.
So far, nice. It's a very quieter place because it's far from highways. So there is not too much noise pollution here.
Okay.
Now we move on to solar energy analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you, you can see here in solar energy analysis, you have
Okay.
We have pretty much the same amount of energy efficiency here, sir.
but in this enclosed structure, we have more roof area, so it has
Mm-hmm.
more average, more total solar energy there.
Yeah. So I think yes, I can see that in the annual electrical output. So you see that there is a difference in the values there. So and the
So
panel placements are also pretty good in that with 60%. That's great. That's some nice data that you have. Good. So
Thank you, sir.
which
Thank you, sir.
that's really nice, guys. So which particular design, how do you choose to take it into Revit and do the modeling for that?
So, sir, comparatively, we have done this analysis. So, yeah, so in terms of cost and comfortness for the students in the building, we propose that uh,
this enclosed building with some internal courtyard is good for designing on Revit. We think this is our final decision.
Okay.
You may suggest
Okay.
if there is any mistakes or improvements. So
No, I just want okay. So I just want to see like how your design process and design thinking is. So just check, looking at it. Yeah, but I
yes,
can
sir.
we can give a lot of suggestions also. So but that's nice. That's a nice
Sir,
presentation.
we chose this.
Yeah, yes, please.
Sir, we chose this because like in terms of aesthetics and for the students' comfort in eyes, like students can walk in the corridor and they can see this all this vegetation and trees, and it could be comforting and relaxing for them. So it is one of the main reasons we have chosen this.
That's great. That's great. Great. That's nice. Anything else you have to any other board that you have prepared? Did you prepare the board or something?
No, sir. We didn't prepare any
Okay.
board for
But
this.
but this is a great work, guys. So you've done something very good, nice, and I see you have you want to your you have a lot of design ideas also in this. With these datas, try to discuss with within yourself. Try to enhance it more. Try to work. Try doing a lot of alternatives. Also see which suits better, and keep practicing on this. So that's what I would say. And that's a nice work. And thank you, guys. Thank you for this. Okay, so if you don't have any questions, let's I'll just okay. So this one. Okay, this one. You have any questions? If you have any questions, yes, you can put it in the chat, or you can just if you want to unmute, my team would allow you to do that. You can unmute and you can ask your question. So before I start the session. Okay, so I think I have Atikar Rahman here. I think are you ready to do your presentation, Rahman? So Rahman, I'm making you a presenter now, so you can unmute and you can. So you can unmute and you will be able to present. You can share your screen. You can just unmute your mic and you can start present. I think you're on mute, Raban. Like we're not able to get your audio. This.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'm in a quite noisy environment. So,
Okay. I think your voice is pretty clear. We are able to hear you. Clear.
okay, sir. So this is the college campus. I'm
Okay.
from Ramco Institute of Technology, Rajapalayam in Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
So this is our college campus.
Mhm.
So I did a simple building,
Mm.
not technical. So the first presentation, I'm just at a basic proposal,
Okay.
a simple floor plan,
Okay.
like classroom. Here's the office, here's the library, and two trees,
Okay.
and a
So
proposal to
okay.
in a different structure.
Okay. Well, did you try with the analysis? Can you show us some?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay.
So my system is like really hanging like
That's great.
so. This is the wind analysis.
Okay. That's nice to see some good data,
So
and that's nice. Seeing a lot of data you're done with a lot of analysis and data. So
sir,
okay, this is the microclimate analysis, right? So that's
I see. Thank you, sir.
it's good. It's good. Which okay, did you decide on which proposal on this you can take it and do it for today's Revit?
The proposal one would be more better option
Okay.
because of the surface area it takes.
Mhm.
The second proposal has a long single block.
Okay.
It would be quite good as the first one.
Uh-huh.
So it has the trees in between.
Okay.
It says the trees outside. So when the trees are inside, it might be giving a better fresh air than it is outside. Slightly.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's good.
Thanks, sir.
That's good. That's good. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. For and
Okay. Is it okay, sir?
yeah, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So so we have seen two different teams or two different people like doing their presentation here, and I'm really happy to see that they have done a lot of efforts. They've done a lot of efforts to practice this, and I hope everyone has done the same. So let's see what we have for today. Like so what we can do. So just give me a second. Let me just come to my presentation here. Okay, so now, okay. So I hope you are able to see my screen. Yes, and okay, so that's for the day two. So we are going to look at more on the interoperability between Forma and Revit and how Revit is going to help you in developing the building model. So Forma, basically we use it for analysis, and this is one workflow with two different tools. So this is what we are going to do. So in Forma, what we're going to do is we're going to prepare the winning proposal with geolocated massing and everything. And we're going to take it into Revit and load the conceptual mass, what we have prepared in Forma, and then start creating the levels, walls, floors, and all from the massing. So, and there is a sync between these two. So I'll be, showing you how this works. And to get this, as I told you yesterday, so you should have downloaded the Forma add-in. That's if in case you're using 25, 26 and all Revit 25 or 26, the Forma add-in is required. For 27, the Forma is, the add-in is kind of inbuilt within your Revit 2027. So, when you're using either 25 or 26, you can install the Forma add-in. It's like, and Revit 27 is Forma enabled inside that. So you can also download that from the Autodesk account, your Autodesk account or the App Store. And I would suggest to do it at the earliest so that, not wait till, 18th of August and do it now itself so that you can try practicing on that. So, okay, so in Revit, you have the format tab where you can just sign in and pick the project. Okay, so and the masking that you have created in Forma comes in with the proper scale and the true norm. So this actually what divide and conquer is what I would say, like one teammate details the building and Revit, while the other keeps iterating the open spaces and Forma, so that the both stays on the cloud, and you can have this this as the this stays as the single source of truth for you, so that you have everything there. So moving ahead, what we are going to do now is so we're going to just look into the essentials of Revit, where we are going to set up the bones. That's the bones of the building. That's basically the levels and other things from levels from your forma, and we are going to convert them into walls, floors, curtain walls, doors, windows, and components, and making it a more of a building model now. So let's quickly jump into this. So without wasting much of our time, so let me just quickly go ahead into Revit. So or so I'm just sharing my screen. Okay, I hope you're able to see my screen. So that's the former screen that we had. So now, okay, so we know that we have did some studies with this. We did some two different proposals. There was a proposal 1 and proposal 2, which we did yesterday. Now let's say I want to take this into my the proposal 1 into my Revit and start working on top of that. So what I will do is I'll just after the extension has been downloaded and installed. So as I told you, you have the extension here. You can download from the Zap store and you can run this. It's a simple tool. You can just download and you can just run that. It's a basic installations. And for the, this is mainly used for 25 or 26. So if in case you're working with Revit 2025 or 26, you'll be needing this. But in 27, it's by default, it's enabled into your Revit. So here I have my Revit 25 here. So and I'll also show in 27 later after this. Okay, so let's say I will just go into my proposal here, and I would say I want to maybe if in case you don't want this proposal to be edited, or you want to retain a copy of that. So what you can do is you can just duplicate this proposal 1, and it shows a copy. It says proposal 1 copy, where you can actually rename this saying proposal. Maybe I'll just put it as PRO proposal 1 for Revit. Okay, and I can just share this into my Revit by just clicking on this 3 dots here. I'll just go into the Revit and say send to Revit add-in. So so just it automatically updates it to the Revit. And what I can do is in my Revit, I can just go here. So I can start with a new template here. So as you know, in Revit, the templates are very important. So you just need to choose the proper templates that you want to work with. And since we are going to work on the architectural things, so let me start with the template, which is the default metric. So I can just click on the browse over here and choose the default metric from this and say, okay. So now I would say I want to create a new project from this, and I'll open my new project here. So, and for my Okay, so for my convenience, like what I have done is I have just placed the, by default, this would be something like this. So this is how your balance be. So for me to just look into these things, I just rearrange them so that it's easy for me, but let me just come and put it here. Okay, now let's say I'm in my level 1 here. So let's go into a 3D view. So I can open a view and open a default 3D view in this. So now this is my default 3D view here. And what I can do is I can, sorry, one sec. Yep. So I can just go into this Mazingan site over here. Okay. And here you see there is something called as load proposal. So this is the Forma plugin now. It's now added here. So you can just click on the load proposal and you can see there are options in this. So when you go into the options here, you'll be able to define what you want to do. So for example, you can see you can create walls, floors, and roofs for the buildings directly here. And if in case you have divided rooms inside the Forma where you have created some spaces inside Forma, what you can do is you can actually create a room for each of the units. Okay, you can create parking spots. Okay, so and you have these options where you can create mass families, conceptual masses for the 3D sketches that you have. And here you can control what you want and what you don't want. So you can just, select or deselect these, check or uncheck these boxes depending on what your requirement is. Okay. And once you have defined this, you can just give OK here. And then you just go into this and say load the proposal. So when you go and hit on this load proposal here, it's going to okay. So you see that it shows this proposal 1, which is, excuse me, which is in my Forma here. And I have this options of defining the coordinate system now. Now you can see that there are 2 different options here. So either I can leave the Revit coordinate systems, the system settings as is, or I can just use the coordinate systems from my Forma model, which I have or the Forma data that I have here. Now, and after this, the coordinate system, you also have the position as assistance over here. So where you can define, like, you can say, like, please, see how the building has to be placed or how the Forma elements has to be placed here. So here is, you have one particular option here where the building context where the building extents is centered on the Revit's 0, 0. So based on the building is located at the 0, 0 of or the centroid of Revit here. Okay. Now if I go and say site, so the entire Forma site that we have taken will be centered on the Revit's internal origins. Or what you can do is you can also choose to say no assistance, and it can be placed like anyway, like, and then you have to rework on that. So, but what I'll do is I'll go with this building context here so that I know my building extents is placed at the 0, 0 or the centroid, the internal origin of my Revit. And now here, I'll just go with the advanced here. So the advanced is nothing but the same options that we had earlier. So here you can choose whether you want to create walls and floors and all, or you can just uncheck them. Okay, so you want to have the massing families here and define the mass here. So, you can also create separate levels for each buildings, or you can say one single level which can be used for both the buildings. So, you can actually have the levels the way you want. You have the generic models here, so you can create. You can also work on the context here, so you can see create a separate group for each boundary or a road. or you can use the map imagery instead of the satellite. So you have options in this. Okay, you can control all these options. You can see what you want, what you don't want. But just for this, I'll just go with this create walls, floors, and roof. And I would say I want to load this. So once I hit this load button, so now what happens is it's going to load the forma elements into my current Revit window. So it's going to pull in all the data that I have, and it is going to construct the walls, the floors, and the roofs for me. So because I have asked my Revit to do that from the from the forma elements. So and it reads the forma data properly. So and because there is a proper sync happening between these two Revit and the forma. So and whatever you have done, whatever proposal you want to export to this now, automatically you can see that the levels and everything is kind of getting updated here. And it shows it's creating the Revit elements now. So at the bottom here, you see that there is a loading proposal over here. So where it shows you what are all the proposals that's getting, sorry, what is happening here. Now, this is the step 4 where it is creating the Revit elements. Now, here you can just choose this. Okay. Okay, so you can see that it's kind of creating my elements, it's pulling in my data here. Okay, so I think it's almost done. Yes. So once this is done, so this says that what this proposal contains. It says what are the different data that is available for me here in this. It shows that as an OpenStreet S3 map, which is there. Okay, and the terrain data and the S3, Earthstar geographics is used. So these are all the data. I know these are all the service providers who provide different data for us, especially on the terrain and the map and the the geographics data. So you can just check and then say okay. And here again it shows some warnings. Now, if you want to review, you can just hit on this review warnings here, so that it shows the list of warnings in this, and you can just have a review of that and then finally close this. Or instead of review warning, you can directly close, and it will be added here in this. And you can see the model that we have imported here. And we know that this is the area where I have the proposal here in this. Okay. And you can see there are levels that is being generated. Okay. So for each of the buildings, you have to separate levels here. So maybe like building 1, building 2, like, you have the levels here. So you can start adding the levels in this and start working on top of this. Now, in addition to this, you also get something interesting here. So that's like when you select this element, you can see that it's a roof that is being created. Or when you select this wall, when you select this element, it's actually a wall that has been created for this building too. And this is a wall for the building 3. Like you can see, it is automatically creating these elements. So like the walls, the roof, the floor, and other elements here in this. Okay. Now if I go and hit on this shaded here, you'll be able to see that you have the shaded views, and you can see the building model that we have is now available to us here in this. And if I go into my top view here, so where I can just Okay. Okay, now you'll be able to see your proposal. Okay, like this. And it's by default geolocated. You have the, and it's oriented to the north. So it's kind of proper aligned with the north angle. So any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? So if anybody has any questions, any doubts, I am open for your questions. You can just ask me on that. So I hope if you don't have any questions, I think we should go ahead on this. Now, if you look at this entire thing is a group. So you can see this is a group of the buildings, which is actually around us. And the terrain is imported as a topo solid, which you can edit, you can do changes, you can modify them, but this is what gives us more data here. So like again, so you can choose till which area you want to have the more data. And okay, and if you look at the our building model, it's created as walls and the floor and also. Okay. So I think Sarah, there are two questions. I don't find any options like load proposal in my Revit. Okay. So, okay, guys, so load proposal, this is after you install the Forma plugin, you should be getting it. So that's if you're using 25 or 26, uh, the same as Vijay Raghavan and Shiva Shankar. So for both of you, what I would do is first you have to open the Forma. I have to see my screen. So what you need to do is you just need to open the Forma, your project, and choose the proposal that you want to send to Revit. And you have to click on these three dots and hit Revit, send to Revit here. Okay, and before doing this, you should have downloaded the extension, which is called as Autodesk Forma add-in for Revit. So you need to download this, you need to install this, and then you can export the proposal directly to your Revit. So you can export it to the Revit. And if you open Revit, that's either 25 or 26, you can go into the Mazigan site where you have the load proposal. And you'll be able to load the proposal directly from here. Whatever proposal you have given as export will be available in this, and you can actually import them here. So I hope I answered your question. So can you repeat again about loading Forma file? Okay, so Deepak, I think I just explained that. I hope you, yeah. Okay. Okay, sure, Shankar. Just check if you have the form of, Revit add-on installed. You should have downloaded and installed that. And yeah, yes, Vijay Raghavan, thank you. And Deepak, I hope I repeated this thing here. So hope it's clear. Okay. Yeah. So as I was telling you, like in this, when you load the models, it comes in like walls, roof, floor, and other elements. So now if I just hide this element, so you can see I have the walls in this. Okay. So and you'll be able to see them. So now, okay, let's do one more thing here. I'll just close this. I'll go with a new project here. And here what I can do is I can just go into my 3D view, and once again I'll just go say massing and say load proposal. Now this time what I can do is, after selecting the proposal here, okay, I think I need to click on this. Okay, so the proposal has been sent to Revit. Now here again, I'd say load the proposal. Okay, and once you hit the load proposal here, so it's going to ask the same things. Here I know that the proposal, one for Revit is now selected. So I'll use the former coordinate system settings and I'll just bring into this building context. Now in this advanced option, I'm just going to uncheck the walls and other area things, walls, floors and roofs, but instead it has to create a room for each of the units and some parking spots and all. So here you can see the other conversion options here. So from format to Revit. So now just say okay and hit the load over here. So give it a minute, give it just a minute time to load. So once it's loaded, we'll be able to use them here. Okay, just give okay. And okay, sorry. So now I have this. I know we have this loaded in our model, Revit model now. Okay, so when we go for a fine detail with some shaded, now you see this comes as your building model is now as a mass model. So it comes out as a mass component, so which you can convert it into building elements now. So this is something that you can add walls, add floor, roof, and you can also add the other components to it. And I'll show you how to go ahead with this. Now what we have here is called as the mask mode or the masking component. Okay, now you can choose that component here and you can add the elements to this. Now let's say I want to select this. Okay, and you see there is something here called as mass floors, and by default you have some references for the floor slab here. You can see these lavender color sheets or kind of planes which is displayed, and these are the references for the floor slab. So now you can actually reconvert this into the floor slab. Okay, you can convert this phase into brick wall or something else. You can add roof at the top. So that's absolutely like what you want to do. So now, we saw how the two different things works. One is directly convert the elements into walls, floors, and roofs inside Revit while importing the model. And the second option is to get the massing component here and then build our own models on top of this. So I hope this is clear. So if you have any doubts, just let me know. Guys, do you have any doubts on this? Okay, so Jay Subrathan, like you're saying that you loaded successfully, but it shows some warnings. Okay, so is that any problem for further modeling? And in 3D view, I can only see the line sketches, how to change that. So you're not able to see any of these, the massing model or the, what we did in the previous step. So we did convert that into Revit walls and floor and roof, right? So were you not able to do both these options? Did you try with these two options? Okay. Okay, so now it comes. Okay, that's great. That's great. So it's very simple. You can actually manage that. When you're in this options here. Okay, you can choose what you want, like whether you want to have the walls, floors, and roofs, or just a massing like this. And then later on, add your own style of wall, your own style of floors, and roof, and curtain walls, and everything into this. So that's one way of working. So now we have this. I'll show you how to convert these into the different walls and for the different floors and other things. But before that, as we know, we have the levels here. You can see that this is the building 3, level 1 to level 5. So for this is the building 1, which has from level 1 and 2. And this again is as the levels for this building over here. So you can see that here. So now when you want, you can just convert this into proper floor plans or ceiling plans, and then you can start adding your elements to that. And to do that, what we do is we just quickly go into this view tab over here, where you'll find you have the plan views, and you can see there is a floor plan, ceiling plan, and all these things. So now I can just go and say I want to create the floor plans from the level lines that is there. So I can select them, and it shows the level based on the building. So here I have building 1. There is another one, the like building 2 and 3. Now, what I can do is I can just select the okay, now I know that building 3, level 1. Okay, so for this building 3, I'm just going to select this and say okay. Now I know that that's added in my floor plans here, so you can see that you have the level 1 to 5 for building 3 here, and you'll be able to see this. So this is actually this is actually this element here. Okay, so literally speaking, I can just select this, say, so I hope this is clear. Okay, Now, this buildings are here in this. You can see that this is the building. So this is our proposal. So this is the proposal model. So you can see that here in this. So whenever we add the floor plans, we can see that when I open, I'm able to see the floor plan references here in this. Now, if I open this level 1, I'll be able to see the level 1 area for me. If I open the level 5, I'll be able to see the level 5 here. This. Now, what I can also do is I can just quickly go ahead, say I want to add the views to this or the floor plans to this. I can just say floor plan from view tab, plan views and floor plan. So here I have this. Yeah, I'll just go with this building 2, level 1, 2, 3. Okay. So yeah, I'll take it till this. Say I'll just click on OK, so that it creates views for that also. So in some cases, the you can see that the plan at the lower level itself is something like this. So what you need to do is you need to just go say, click on this different levels to see the height differences getting changed here. And you can see. Okay, so this is going to be my building construction, the consumable area here. This is another part of the building. And these are the roads and other things here in this. So do you have any doubts on this? So floor plan editing, yes, we are not yet started with that. So we'll do that floor plan editing. So no worries. I think we can do that soon. So, but now I hope you're able to, Giridharan, are you asking to create the floor plan or edit the floor plan? So now I'm creating the floor plan based on the building. So what I can do is, I know that when I pull in my former model, it comes with the levels, but you won't have the floor plan or the ceiling plan here in your project browser. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to the plan views and I'd say I want to create a floor plan or the reflected ceiling plan. So the floor plan is also there. You also can create the reflected ceiling plan, and this you can use it to select these levels and say you want to create a 3D view or sorry, a ceiling plan from this, okay, from this 3D view here. So once I click on OK, so it creates the floor plan or the ceiling plan here. And that is automatically added to your project browser here. So where you'll be able to see these things added in this. Right. Guys, I think we'll take a short bio break so you can just you know refresh and you can be back. We'll commence back by around 11:15 or okay 11:15. So we'll commence back by around 11:15. So we'll take a short break and come back. Thank you. So okay, so hope everyone's back. Can we continue? Okay, so there are few questions here. So like, can we isolate this building for okay? So that okay, so you want to select okay, so this is the massing element and this is the group here and this is the toposolid. So yes, you can actually see this. There are like you can select the elements and while working, you can do that. Now since we have created these levels, we know we have the levels created here for all these levels. It's been created. Now you can just go to the flow plans here once again, and you can just create the level 1 flow plan. Okay, likewise, I'll go with the ceiling plan for this building 3. Let's create this. Okay, now you can see in this project browser, the list of project browser here. So we have the all the floor plans, all the ceiling plans here. Now I can just open any one. So for example, so this is my building 1 where I just want to open the floor plan of this level 1 here. So I can just go ahead. Now, see, when you open this, it looks like this. And it's a little bit difficult for us to understand like where to start with and where the view is. And also here you can see that this is a building here. We know that, but again, so there are so many things in this. So let's say we want to restrict the view only to this area. So there are multiple ways of doing that. So what I can actually do is I can just quickly go and say, select the elements here, and here in this, at the bottom, you can see where my cursor is. You have a small tool which is called as temporary hide or isolate. So you can just click on that and you can say hide these elements. So you can see that it's completely hidden in this. Likewise, you can just choose the other elements that you want to hide. Maybe when you select, you can see that this is kind of a topo solid. Okay, you can select this, and or you can just reset this again by or clicking on the same button. Just click on the same button and you just say reset temporary hide or isolate. So it comes back. So now what I can also do is I can select the elements here and I can say hide this element. Okay, so only the building elements are hidden. Or I can select the topo solid over here and I can say hide the category of this. So wherever we have topo solid, everything is hidden here. And you can see that this is the orientation of our space that we have. Now, as we know, like this is the lower level of a building. So let's say this is the the commercial space where I have the 2 levels as my commercial space. So this is level 1 and level 2 for that. So you can just go into this views. You can set the views according to this. But once you have defined some things, once you have these view settings done, you can actually just reset this to get this back. Now you can also control this visibility with something, the visibility of these elements with visibility and graphics over here. So you can just go into visibility and graphics, and here we can find the elements here. So once you select this, you can see that this is a model group. It's it's the base. Okay. So now you can select this. So just go and say visibility graphics and the groups. Button this. Okay, so it's okay. So I think it's directly not available over here. So that's fine. So I can go into visibility graphics where I can turn off my topo solid and see. Okay. So my topo solid is turned off. And this is a group that I have, which I can right click and I can say hide and view the elements. So this now you can see that. So this is automatically placed here. So when I right click and say zoom to fit, I have my building here and this is my elevation arrows and other things here. So now I can just drag these elevations and place them here so that I can see the proper views of this. But let's work on the flow plans over here. So now I know that this is my level 1. And likewise, in my level 2, what I can do is I can just go hide this and view this element. And I can go for visibility and graphics where I can turn off my topo solid here. So once I do that, so this is my level 2 building so that I have, okay, level 2 of this building, the outline of that area where I have to work. And now the building 2 is the one which we have here. So we can see that. So this is again the same view, like because the building 1 and building 2 level 1 is going to be the same. So maybe I can just, if in case you don't want, you can just delete this view, because from this I can manage with both the buildings. Or in case you're going to work as two separate, floor plans, you can just have that views here. So, and one more thing is like when you go and see this level 1 for this building 3, so this is going to show only this part. So you need to once again control the visibility of the elements here. So visibility graphics from the view tab, you have the visibility graphics here, and you can go to topo solid where you can turn it off. Okay, and this group, you can just right click and you can say hide and view the elements. So now we know that this is the building 3 or the part 3, and this is the level 1 for that. So we can start working on this. Now let's say I want to define some spaces and define some areas here. So to understand now, like how I can accommodate my design, the criteria which has been given to me. So for example, let us say they are asking us to prepare some commercial spaces and then the office spaces on top of this. So above the commercial space, I'm just going to add some office space over here. And to do this, what I can quickly do is I can identify the area here. So this is going to be my area. So what I can do is I can go into my architecture tab in Revit, and here I have this area here. You can see this. I can create an area plan for this building 3 level 1. So like I'll just go hit this area plan first. First, I need an area plan for this. So I'm just going to create that. Okay, and I would select this building 3 level 1, and I'm going to create a plane. Now here it says, would you like to automatically create the boundaries, convert the boundaries, create the boundaries from the walls for this area plan? And we know that we don't have any walls here. It's just the massing model that I have. So what I can do is I can just, then again, I can just say yes, because if there are walls, it's going to create it for the walls. If it is not, then it's going to be, nothing is going to be created. So I just hit yes over here. So it's created this area plan. And this area plan will be put as a separate subdivision here below your views in the project browser. So you can see under this area plan, you have this option here. So now you can divide the space now. So you can just create the area here and you can divide the spaces. Now let's understand what is this area here. So I'll just quickly go with my area boundary, and I would just create lines across this, or I can use my pick lines or lines here to draw this. So I'm just going to sketch my boundary here. So this is my boundary. And so there is the rules which is going to be applied for this. So when we say talk about rules here, so you can control the area rules in this. So you have the room and area, the tab, panel here under this architecture tab. So under this architecture tab, you'll find this room and area panel. So that you can just click on that and you can see you have the area and volume computations. So you can actually define how the area has to be and how the volume has to be computed in this. So now let's just go ahead with areas alone for now and say, okay. And now if I go and click on this area here and choose this area, now it gives the area of the space. So And you can see that it's somewhere around 400 meter squares. So now I know that this is the area where I want to define my office spaces and the multiple offices and other meetings and other rooms and all. So this is going to be one level where I'm going to do that. So and I know that below this, I have the commercial space. So from the commercial space, if I have defined any portion for my stair or for lift, what I can do is I can just mark them first here. So to do that, I'll just once again go into my area boundary here, and I'll just draw, so let's say this is going to be my this is going to be the entrance. So now we know that this is the north, and maybe let's say I want this east side to be my entrance. So here I'm just going to have this stair and other things over here. So let's just create some rectangle, or else go with line. Or I can just create a small rectangle outside. So for this, and I can just add an area to that here. I can call this as my stair, just to understand how this is. And this is, I'd say, is my office area, or I'll say, okay. Now I can select this. I can just move this, I can rotate this. Using rotate tool, I can just go click on this. So I want to rotate it and align it to this. Or I can just say move and put it somewhere next to this here. And say I want to rotate this with place. And okay, so now I know that this is where my stair is going to come. So, and I can see the area of my stair. So it shows that as around 9 meters, 9 meters square here. So now let's say I want to add a lift next to it. So I have the stair and the lift lobby here. So I'm just going to once again go into my area, area boundary here. So where I can just create another small, like 1.5 meter by, or some 1.2 by 1.2. And I would say I want to have this area for this. Maybe I'll just put this, or maybe I can just increase this by this. You can see that when I try changing this, automatically my area gets updated. So now I have something like 4 meters square for my area. Then this is my lift, I would say. Okay. So just to identify these spaces, just to understand how the spaces is going to be used. So I'll just put it next to this here. I can say I want to rotate this. Okay, now you can see that I can have this a stair and lift lobby here. Maybe if in case I want, I can have one more stair here. So I'll call this as stair A, and maybe I can copy the same. Okay, so now I can just go for copy. So I just copy this, put here, okay. And I'll rename this as my stair B. So I have two stairs at both the corners of this, and maybe this part. What I can do is I can define this as the WC over here, or some the toilet space, the toilet block over here. So I can just quickly create some rectangles. Okay, I can just go say I want to draw the area boundary again here in this. Convert this. Okay, I can add the area here. So maybe something like this. And I'll call this as my WC. Okay. So we know that this is here, so I can just quickly say I want to move this from here to here and rotate this. Okay. Now, if I want, I can go for multiple copies. So I can just say I want to take copies of this and I can arrange them here. Okay, so and maybe what I can do is I can say this is rough office. I can put this as my level 1 or something. Okay, so let's keep this area. So let's add few office spaces here to this. I can just go say I want to create a boundary here in this. I'm just what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to understand like how I can accommodate my requirements here. So if I have some requirements saying this is to be having multiple offices, and multiple spaces here. So I just thought, I'll just create references for that first. And let's add the area to this, find out the area of each of these spaces. So I'll just call this as my this one, or I'll call this as cabin 1 or cabin 2 or something. And what I can do is I can just drag this, to edit the area values of this. So here you can see that you have, you can just drag this here. So it gives you the area for this. Now I can just move this, say from here to this part over here. I can say I want to rotate this. So I can just quickly find out how I should be creating my spaces here. So just my areas and spaces. I can just say I want to copy this. And let's say along this, I will copy here. So there are like 3 cabins here. So I'll put this as cabin 2. And this as cabin 3. So now I know that I have these created. Maybe I can have some, some additional cabins, smaller work areas here. So I can just quickly go and say I want to draw. Sorry, I just want to create an area boundary here. So let's do, okay. So I'll just create a area like this. So this is my, the area where I have all the open teams working. So the teams working in these areas. So that's going to be like more like open cubicles. So I just want to find out the area for that. I'll just add this and say this is the work area. So that I can identify that. I'll just move and put it over here. So let's say I want to rotate this. Now we know that we have these things. Maybe I'll just add some conference rooms and some meeting rooms along these areas here. So let's add that. So I'll just go with an area boundary here. So create some rectangles for that. Okay, maybe I just want a linear space like this. And I can add this as my conference room. Okay, so like I can just move, can see that. So I want this to be slightly away from here. So, and then yes, so now I can add some additional boardroom or some chairman or the director's cabin and stuff like that along this. So, and you can see the rest of the areas. So this becomes, the common circulation areas, and these are the cabins and all these things. So you can actually prepare a layout with this. Okay, so how you want to proceed with this. And see, the best part with this option is you can iterate this at any time. You can just change the dimensions of it, find out like which would be the best suited option for this. And you can have a copy of this. Okay, you can just take a copy, or you can just move these outside. So here I'll just filter. I don't want my mass floors and mass. I just want the areas and the tags to be moved. So I can just keep this as one of my options to work with. So the second option, I can once again create boundaries, start working on it. So I think I hope this is clear. Can you people just try this out? I can give you like around another 15 minutes. Now it's around 11:45. So I'll give you around 15 minutes to just try this out, just to understand the area here and how you want to use the spaces in this. Okay. So and if in case you have any questions, you can actually put your questions on the chat, or you can raise your hand. We'll allow you to unmute and ask the questions. So you can ask the questions. Okay, so there is one question here. So where it says from Deepak. So can you repeat? How did you hide the elements? Okay, so hiding the elements, yes. So there are multiple ways to do this. If you want to temporarily hide that, so you have the at the view control bar, you have something called as temporary hide or isolate in Revit. So this, you can use this temporary hide or isolate. You can select the element and click on this temporary hide and isolate and say hide the element. So this creates a temporary hide, and you can see that it gets highlighted, and you'll be able to see that that element is some element in this view is hidden. Now, if you want to reset it, you can just go back, click on that same, the temporary hide and isolate tool, which looks like the eyeglasses. You can just click on that, and you can say repeat the temporary hide or isolate. So you get to see the elements back again. Now, this is one method. See, the other method is you go into the view tab, you'll find visibility and graphics here. So that you can turn on or off the model categories. So especially the model elements, if you're going to control them, so you can control the visibility of these elements. So for example, here I just want to turn off my topo solid here and say, okay, so I have my topo solid hidden in this. Now, if I want, what I can also do is I can select this group, which I have, and I can just right click and say hide in view the element. So it hides this element in the view. Okay. So I hope I answered your question, Deepak. So if there are any other questions, you can just put the questions in the chat, or if you raise your hands, we'll allow to unmute you so that you can ask the questions in this. Okay, so for your reference, I'm just keeping this zoomed in, so you can just try this out. Uh, there is one question from Gayatri Devi. Like, I think I'll have my backend team supporting you on that. Gayatri Devi, right? So there is some issues for the account creation of Autodesk account first. Has created a common hub for like okay. You can just I can confirm with that. Maybe I'll ask my team to get in touch with me. Just give me a moment here. Uh, yes, Gayatri Devi, regarding your question, we'll take this question with the the organizers of this competition. So I'll discuss with them. So I'll have my team discuss with them, and we'll get you the reply for that. But you can connect with us and on the or you can put this query in the WhatsApp group also, which we have for this. So that it's easy for us to know, like you have raised a question and we'll look into it and we'll try to help you out on this. And yeah, Hemant, yes, can you summarize it? Okay, so just for to summarize this, okay, so let me just quickly put it in this way. So okay, so let's say this is my area that I have, and I have to identify like how to space my rooms within this, because you might have received some criteria saying that you have to design an office or you have to design a, a workplace with so many spaces or so many cabins and rooms and things like that. So now we, as per forma, we have this as a area. Now I need to understand what this area is going to be and how I'm going to, organize my internal spaces inside this area. So for that, what I do is I go into my architecture here and first I create something called as the area plans in this. So to create the area plans, you go into the area and select this area plan. So once you go into area plan, so what you can do is you can choose whether it's a gross building area or the rentable area here. Now, if in case you're going to work with the gross building area, you can choose that. And you can choose the level for which you want this gross building area to be created. So when I do that, it prompts you to automatically create, just hit yes, even though there is no walls. It's okay, it is not going to create the area for this. So you get to see this. And now what you can do is you can create the area boundary here so that this is like 20 meter by 20 meter, and I know that, and the area is going to be, you can go once again go into the area and add the area plan to this or the area tag to this. Now this gives you the total area, so you can say this is the coverage area. Okay, so that's the or you can just say the total area, something, so that by which you can identify this. Okay. Now, within the space, you can add multiple internal spaces, like you can add the, once again, create area boundaries, multiple area boundaries, one for the stair, maybe one or two for the stair. You can just add the area here. You call this as the stair. And you can say, what is the size? So you can choose whatever size you want in this. Okay. So now maybe like 10 meters square or something. So I can just roughly adjust this. Okay, you can take a copy of this. Since we have to use two different stairs, maybe I can add one, I can just move them. And this is how I can organize my spaces. Okay, so I can rotate them. Say I want to place the center point here and rotate it based on that. Okay. Now, again, I can select this. Say I want to add the stair towards this side somewhere, maybe. So I can just move and put it, maybe rotate this to this center point and here. So now maybe I can add the office reception over here. So I can just go say I want to add one more area boundary to define the reception and the lobby. So I can just add the area to that. And I know that this is 24 meters square. So I'll say the reception or the entrance lobby, you can just say. Okay, so you can just move this, place this here, so rotate it. See, this is in this way, you're just organizing the spaces, whatever space you have, you're trying to organize that. Maybe you can add the lift rooms here, so that you can just add two lifts here and two lifts here. So maybe after this, you can have this entire thing as the work area, and you can subdivide that into multiple, cabins, multiple rooms that you want, and you can prepare area plan like this, so which you can use to develop your um, model from this. From this, you can just model that. Okay, Hemant, I hope I quickly summarize this. Do you have any doubts on this? So any other questions on this? Any questions or anything that, okay, so okay, so now let's move ahead, or do you need some time to just play around with this concept? So like just try this concept. Okay, then so let's continue on this. I think we can continue on this. Okay, so now we have some reference like this here with the area plan. So what we can do is we can start adding the building model on this. So, when you go back to this 3D view here, you can see that we have the massing model loaded into this, and we have the building which we have designed now here in this. Now, see, what I can do is I can just quickly say I want to duplicate this view so that uh, I'm just going to keep this view as one, and maybe another one view which I want to use while I'm working. So what I can do is I can just right click and say I want to duplicate this view, and maybe I can just create a duplicate of this. And if required, I can rename this so that it's easy for me to identify what it is. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the name here as my my view or working view, I would say, so that here I can turn off few things. I can just hide this element. And this is not going to disturb the other 3D view, which is there. So now in my other 3D view, I have and the entire thing here, and whereas in this, it's turned off. And once again, here I can control this visibility graphics. Okay, so here again, I'll just go into my topo solid. I'll just uncheck this topo solid from my view tab, visibility graphics here, and under this model categories. And I would say, okay, so now I know this is hidden. And these are some lines. You can see that these are the model lines that we have. Now, what you can do is you can go and say in the visibility graphics, you can go into the model category where you'll find the lines. You can just turn off that, and the model lines are turned off. Okay, so again, if in case you want, you can control these groups, you can turn it on or off. Okay, and you can have this as your working view so that you can use this for, when you're creating the model, you can just orbit around this and see this. And also, instead of having the entire site, you can have this view and you can use this. Okay, so you can do this. Right, so now let's go back to the working view here. So you can see that I have this view, which I'll be able to click, and I'll be able to orbit around this, or I can use my shift and middle mouse button to orbit around this. So you can see that. I'll just quickly orbit around this model. Okay, now let's start building the elements on this. So creating the building models on this. So here you can see that you have these flow plates, the mass flow plates generated from the former model that we have, because this becomes as a massing model, this comes in as a massing model. So in your massing and site, you can see that you have this, this model by face here. Okay, and what you can do is you can use these options here to create your different building components. For example, let us say I want to have this floor created. So I'll just go with my flow by face. And here I have to select the floor references that is there. So once I select these references, I can choose the type of floor from my properties palette here. So here from this type selector, I can choose the type of floor slab that I want to use here. I'll just go with this 225 mm concrete in situ. And I would say I want to create this floor. Now you can see that. So, okay, so that might be some warnings here. So, but we can work on it later. So now I know that we have these floor slabs as references. It's now created. Now let's say I want to change the, sorry, I want to add the walls to this. The faces into, I want to change the faces into the walls or add the walls now. So I'll just go with this wall by face, where I can choose the type of wall that I want to use in my model. So I can choose from this, maybe I'll choose a standard wall here, which is already there in this. And I'm just going to put this as my wall. And maybe I can just orbit around, add this, again, orbit. Maybe you can see this. It quickly adds these walls. Maybe on this face here, I want to have a wall on this face. Okay, and then let's work on the opening after this. Okay. Now, for this part of the building, what I want to do is I want to have the three sides as walls, and maybe this side with some a glazing for a facade. So I'm just going to add the same typical walls here. So on this 1, 2, and this 3. Now this part over here, what I'm going to do is I'll just go back to my massing and site, where I'll say I want to create a curtain system here. Okay, and here you can see that in the properties you have one curtain system, which is basically a glazing, a structural glazing or a curtain wall, and you have it like 1500 by 3000 as as the standard dimensions of it. Now, if in case you want, you can just edit this, duplicate this, just click on the edit type, and you'll be able to duplicate this. Let's put it with some other standard here. So I'll just go with something called as 1200 by 2400 mm. Okay, and I want this to be my dimensions for the glass panels. So here you can see there is a grid 1 and grid 2 here. So you can say the grid 1 has to be a fixed distance of 1200, and the grid 2 I want it to be a fixed distance of 2400. Now when I say apply, say okay, and I can just click on this face and say create the system. Now this would have created this, and you see it's created a facade. I think someone is mic is Okay, I think somebody's mic was on mute. Can you just check? Okay, Justin, okay, yeah, there's a question from Justin. Should we apply this method at all levels? See, I wouldn't say this is the only workflow that you have to follow, because this is just kind of an easy option where you can find out how much areas you're going to assign for each of the spaces or each of the rooms that you're going to create, you know, before you start creating the model. Because with this area plans, you get options to iterate them. You can just play around with them, change a lot of things, move here and there, and identify which would be the best options for you. But once you start creating the building model, moving the rooms and other stuff might be a little bit difficult. So once you have the former data, you can just try creating it with the room area plans and other things. So identify how you can space the you can just work with the spatial areas, like this were the areas in that space, and you can find out how you can divide them, like where you want to place the rooms, which would be the best options for it. So, and these can also actually work along with your with the data that you get from Forma. For example, maybe your reception should be at the front, but at the same time, where you don't want to have more of you know. it should be kind of visible, and but at the same time the spaces has to be more easily accessible also. So you need to place it in such a way that you can see that space from, or you can access that space immediately from the stair or lift or the other areas. Now, if in case you're looking at some meeting rooms or some conference areas, you don't want to put it at the most noisiest part of your building. So maybe you just want to take it to some secular spaces where the meetings and conferences can happen without any disturbances and all. And at the same time, it should also be somewhere nearest to the what do you call, like the exits or the stairs. So you can kind of plan these things. You can just by adding the 2D areas in that, and then where you can implement that into your model. So, but that's just one method. If you can, it's like creating a single line drawing and then converting it into your double line plan or something like that. So it's dependent, like it depends on whether you want to really follow that. Yes, you can do that. Or if you can see there are some more which is even more easier options, you can just quickly try working with them. So yes. So okay, so as we know, as you know, like we have created this. Now let's say I want to add some floors to this, and I want to add the roof in these two areas. So I can just go once again, I'll go and hit select the floor. And this time I'm going to select the floors here. So I can just quickly select all these four and say create floor for that. And you can see that automatically the floor slab, which I have already selected, the 225 thickness would be added to this. Now, let's go ahead and say I want to go into the massing and site again. I would go into this roof here, select this and say create the roof, or you can choose the type of roof that you want, and maybe a concrete or roof here, and say create the roof. Okay. Same way I can select this, and I can use the same type of roof, and I can just set the create roof here. So now we know that it's created the roofs. Okay. Now you can add some, now if you open this floor plans, now this is where we'll be working mostly. Like now let's say I want to open this floor plan. So here you have the walls, you have the curtain wall and all here added here. Now with this as reference, you can start adding the other spaces here based on your area plan. So what you can do is you can have your area plan side by side. You can just have the the area plan that you have finalized, maybe this one. So then from this area plan, you can start adding the walls also. So you see this. Now, if this is the final one and this would have been here, so you can just add the walls along this, and you can finish your model. So let me do this again here. So I hope this is yeah. So thanks, Justin. Okay, so now I hope you understood the concepts here. So now let's select this, and I would say I want to place them inside my area here. Or before that, let me just hide these elements. I'll go with the temporary hide element. Okay, so that I can just move this back into my space over here. And I'll say reset the temporary hide horizon. Now see, I have these walls, I have these curtain walls and other things. Then again, I have the inner spaces here with me. So now I can just go ahead. I can create the wall. Maybe I'll choose an interior wall now so that I'll just go ahead with some block work of 100 mm. And I would say I want to sketch these areas here. So, I can just define these areas in this. So I can just quickly create all this. Okay. So now this becomes easy for me to, convert this, or you can use the pick line tool here and you can just go ahead and convert these spaces. So you see, it's quite easy for me to, convert this building model now or work on the floor plan. Now, any questions on this? Now, the reason why I did this is it's easy for me to just quickly convert those lines into my walls. And, you can see that in your floor plan, it's properly defined here in this. Guys, do you have any questions? If you have any questions, you just put your questions. Or if not, can we continue on this? Okay, so let's I think everyone is clear with these concepts, the topics that I have shown now. Any doubts, any questions? Okay, so let's move ahead and so once we have added this, so how many of you here are working in Revit for the first time, or have you used Revit? Have you tried Revit? How many of you here have tried Revit? Can you just give a thumbs up? Like, okay. Yeah, okay. That's great. That's great. So, so did you, that's A lot of people have tried Revit. Okay, that's great. Okay, so I see a lot of people have worked with Revit. That's nice to know. Now, so what would be the next step? So once you have the layout ready, once you have the your floor plan ready, so what should be the next level here? So we have the exterior walls created, we have the floors, we have the the facade, the glazing ready. Now, what should be the next thing that we can do on this? So can we add the components, the door, the joineries, the components and all on this? So, to use. Yeah, yes, thanks, Raj. Thanks, Raj Gautam. So, yes. So we'll start placing the components or the joineries into this. So let's quickly go ahead and see how to do that. So now what you can do is you can just before going and selecting adding the doors directly, my suggestion would be like to go with the insert tab here. uh, yes, so I can just go with the insert tab, and you can use this load Autodesk family here. So this is an online library from Autodesk, so which you can use. You don't have to install the complete content library in your desktops. So this actually can be very helpful. Where when you have an internet connection, you can just download the components that is required for your model. So here you'll find, when you open this, you'll find the local settings here. So you can just go click on this, and you can find the different region that's here mentioned over here. So, and what you can do is you can choose from this list, and I have selected something from I've selected my region to be UK. And here on the left side, you'll find the category list. So the list of all the categories here. So you can just choose from these categories what you want to load into your project. So first, I'll go with the doors. Okay, and you can see that it gives me the list of all the doors in this. So here, what I'll do is I'll just quickly go ahead and select, and let me choose from this list maybe some doors that I want to use, or I'll just go with some double door, some single doors here. Okay. Or yeah, I think that should be fine. I'll just go and say load this into my current project. So you can see that at the bottom you have this load button. Um, I think Ram Kishore, if you have any questions, you just okay. So let's load this into my I'll just load this into my project. So now once that is loaded, what I can do is I can go into my insert load Autodesk family once again. Maybe I can go back to the all results here. And instead of doors, maybe if I want to place some windows, I can choose the windows, and I can choose the type of windows that I want to use in my project. So I'll just quickly choose the different types that I have here. Okay. Okay. And let's something else here. So where okay, some windows I can choose, and I can just say load them. So now once these components are loaded, you can go back to your architecture tab, where you'll find the door, and you can just select that door tool here, and you can see that it shows the door that you have selected from the library. And here, what I can do is I can just quickly go and choose the type of door that I want to use. And let's say if in case I want to customize this edit it according to my requirement. So then I can click on this edit type over here, where I can duplicate this, and I'll be able to, maybe I'll just put this as 1.2 meter by 2.1 meter as the reference here, or as the name here. Now here, what I can do is I can say the width of the door is going to be 1.2 meter, and the height is going to be 2.1 meter. And can just say apply, say okay, and you can see there are other properties which you can control over here. So there are the analytical properties, you have the identity data of this and all, so which you can edit for to have more detailed BIM or the BIM data here. So from here, you can just generate the BIM data, so you can have a proper identity data or the analytical properties, or you can add more data in this. Okay, so once you say okay, you'll be able to place these doors in these areas. So wherever we want, maybe just put it at some point here, maybe this. You can use the space bar to flip the hinges while placing, and you can just move it along this door, the wall thickness, to change the direction, opening direction here in this. So I can just place doors here in this, and maybe say here I want to place it here, so like this. So this area, as I told you, is going to be an open space. So I just don't want the wall to go up like this. So I can select these walls. I can define the top constraint of this wall. I can say I want this to be, an unconnected wall, and I can specify the height, or I can just put it as up to the level 2, but with a negative top offset, so that, every time if there is a change in the level to level height, this automatically updates here. So I'll just go ahead and say this is going to be minus 2.5 meter. So that, so level 3, 2. Okay, and I'll say the top offset is minus 2 meter. And these walls here, you can actually select these walls. You can control the height of these walls, or you can just quickly use multiple options here. So when you're working in Revit, you see when I just select, I can select like this, and I can use my filter tool here to filter out what I want, or I can also just right click on any of these wall. Okay, select the wall and right click, and you'll see there is something called as select all instances here, where I can select all the visible elements in this view. So it automatically selects the interior partition walls. So here I'll just use my shift to deselect this and control the height of these elements here. So this has to go up to the level 2 of this building 3. So now I know that the walls are there. These walls alone stop at 1 meter height from the floor plan. And maybe I can just have some open space here, so that this is like an entry for this work area, so that it can be like 2 meters. Okay, so that is a 2 meter open here, so that I can just come into the space. So, and here I can arrange the cubicles and maybe the conference tables and other things here. So this is the WCs and all. So like this, you can add the components. You can add the components here. So the component, what you can do is you can just go once again to the insert, where you have the load Autodesk family here. So from this library, so you can choose from this furnitures, you have the if you go into the furnitures, I can just quickly take you through this so that you know where to search for the components when you're working on your model. So in furnitures, you'll find all these beds, the sofas, the seating are in the elements and all here in this. Now, if you go into this, the plumbing here. So this is where you'll find all the plumbing components. And here there are like two different concepts here. So now there is something for MEP here. There is something for the architectural here. So now if if you just click on the architectural, you can see only the architectural elements in this, which you can use within your project. So you can just choose whatever you want, maybe like the cubicles you want. You can just say, you can select them. You can choose the WCs. Okay. So let's see one. Okay, I'll select one here, then another one here. I can choose the sink, like the vanity sinks here. So maybe something like this or something like this. Now, I can just load all these things into my project so that it's automatically loaded. I just hit the load. And when I want to place them, I would go into this architecture and say here in this component here, you'll be finding all the components in this type selector. Now you can choose the type of component that you want to place. Okay, maybe you can just use the space bar to rotate them. So, but when you're on this wall and you use the space bar, you can see that it kind of aligns with this and it creates this. Now, I'm just roughly doing this, so it's not much of design. So I'm just quickly trying to place them, and maybe you want to add a sink here in this, like, okay, so now you can just use the space bar. So it kind of aligns itself to this. Maybe you need to add a door to this. So I'll just quickly go and say I want to place a door. Now this time I want to use a single flush door here, maybe of some dimension. I just want to, like, a smaller dimension where, okay, 800 by 2100. So that's something, okay. So I can just place it here. Now, if I want, I can just make this as a group, see. So if I make this as a group, sure, I'll call this as my bath here. So I'm just giving you ideas by which you can actually speed up your work or, your design iterations and on. So now this being a group, what I can do is I can mirror this here and I can select this, say, copy from this part. I just want to put it here. So, okay, now the advantage is, like, see, if I select this group, say I'll click on this edit group over here. And now let's say I want to add one more component to this. Like I just want to add one more plumbing component or I'll add this maybe just add this sink here just for understanding. So I'll just put this one here and say, so now this, I know that this is being done. This. Okay, so sorry guys, there is it's taking some time. Yeah, okay. Okay, so So there was some issue with that. So so let me just move this element. And just move this element and put it along this here. Okay. Now, once I'm done, and if I say finish, you can see that it's automatically added in all these areas. So if in case you want to have a typical arrangements for multiple rooms, like maybe there are a few cabins, where you want to have the similar type of arrangements, you can convert them as groups. So the groups can be useful. So, and when you edit that one group, it is going to, change at all the areas. It's not just at one particular level. Wherever you have copied these groups, maybe at different levels or in the same level. So everywhere it's going to update. It's, quite easy to work on these groups here. So that's about the groups. And that's how we add the components. We add the doors, windows, and the fixtures or the components within our space. I hope you're clear with this. If you how to create a group. Okay, so you want me to repeat how to create a group? Okay, now yeah, let's do that again. But this time I just want to do something different. So let's go into the results here. So I can choose the furnitures, and let's say I'm going to select some executive desk here. So I want to have chairs for that. So maybe I'll just choose a chair model in this, a couple of chair models. Okay. I'm not going for the fancy things. I'm just trying to use the, to make sure that I utilize the best of what is there here in this. So I just load them, and I just go say component. Now let's say I'm just going to place this component here. So I want this to be aligned like something like this. Okay, so this I know is the spacing here. So it's like this. Now let's add the another component here. So this time I just want to add the executive chair with armrest. I just want to use the space bar here, kind of place it in this. Maybe I'll choose the other type of chair that I have loaded. Maybe I can just place like 1, 2, something here. If I want, I can just move this and kind of place it here. Let's say I want to place it along this here. Okay. Now I can select these elements. Maybe I can convert them into my group now. I'll call this as my cabin. Okay, okay. Once you select multiple elements in your ribbon bar, you'll find this modify the furniture tab. Next to that, you'll find create group. So you can just hit and the and here I can put this as my cabin. Okay, I'll just put it as cabin components or something by which I can. Okay, I'll just type something so that it's easy for me to understand. So now let's say this is the group that I have created, and I can copy this group to all these cabins now. Now let's say I want to add few components to this, make this as a more executive spaces. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my insert, load Autodesk family here. And this time I'm going to choose some Okay, so let me just choose some the cabinets here, the filing cabinets here. So maybe like this three or four. Okay. And let me also load a couple of components. Maybe I just want to add this here to my elements. I'll just add this. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add component. Maybe this TV. I want this TV to be placed on this wall. So I'll just place the components first. Here. Okay, and maybe I'll just place one more sofa here. Okay, use the space bar to rotate this. Okay, so you can just place this. Maybe you want to add the cabinets here. So the 4 rack cabinets, maybe you can choose from the sizes here. And let's say you want to align this and put it like this. 1, 2. Now let's say you want to add these to the existing ones here so that this is getting updated in this group. So what I can do is I can select, say, edit this group, and I'll say add elements to this group. So I can just quickly add these elements to my group. And once that is added, I'll say finish. Okay, that's okay. So you can see that it's automatically updated here. Okay, so now I have, okay, so I think Giridharan, I answered your question. So how to create the group. Okay, Shah, there is one more question saying, while placing the component in the floor plan, don't we need to take the sections to correctly place that on the floor? So in Revit, what happens is whenever you go for, to place a component, you can see the level, it shows that as building 3 level 1. So that's the current level where I'm working with, and it will be automatically placed in that exact location. So no need to worry about that. So and if I know, unless and until you change that to a different level, it will be placed on the specific level that you have, that you're working with. Or I hope I answered your question, Lisha. Lisa, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, shall we go ahead? Shall we go ahead? See what I can do with this to make it as a more presentation kind of a drawing, and maybe like a working drawing. So now we know that we have this model created. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly do some changes in this so that I can prepare some multiple views and I can organize them into different for different purposes. Okay, so here I know that this is my work area here, and these are my spaces. Now let's say I want to go up. So, okay. Here it should have mirror. I should have mirrored this. Okay, so, or I can just change this door here. Sorry, guys. Okay, so now let's go ahead. Let's do something interesting here. Okay, now we know that we have this as the floor plan. Okay, now let's say I want to keep this as my working plan, and I want to add 2 more views to this so that when I finish, I'll be getting a detailed sheets or detailed views for like something like more like a working drawing and something more like a presentation plan from this. Okay, so I'm just going to prepare 2 different plans from this, one for my working drawing, another one is going to be like my the presentation plan of this. So let's try that. Let's see how that comes. Now we know that we have this building plan, building 3 level 1 as the floor plan here. So what I can do is I can just right click and I can say I want to duplicate this. And you see there are 3 different options now by which I'll be able to create copies of that. So one is called as duplicate, where it is going to create a simple copy of that without any tags and annotations added to this. Okay, the second one is duplicate with detailing. So where what it does is it creates a copy along with your tags and all the annotations in that. So whatever tags and annotations you have in the original view will be added in the copy also. And you see there is one more option here called as duplicate as dependent. So this is where this is something interesting where it can be used in places where you're not able to place the entire model into one sheet. We just divide that into sheet A and B. So something similar to that. Here the dependent is going to have break, in between the entire length of the building. Maybe if you have a linear building, that is where you use the duplicate as dependent and break it into 2 parts and put a part A in one and part B in another one. So that's the duplicate as dependent. Now let's quickly do it, work with these duplicates. But before that, what I would do is I would go into my architecture tab here, and I'm going to convert these spaces into something called as my rooms. So here, what I can do is I can say I want to go with the room here. So you see there is a room, and here again you have the room and area. The computations, the area and volume computations are here. So just go and click on this and say you want to get the areas, maybe areas and volumes, if this, okay. But you can also say how you want the room area to be calculated at the wall finishes or at the wall centers or at the wall core or the center of the core. So you can just choose from these options. And let's say, okay. So I also have the area schemes there with me for the gross and rentable areas. For now, I'm not going to disturb them for now. So let's go with the computations here and say I want to put it at the wall finishes. Okay. And when I add this room, I'm going to say, you see, when I move inside the space, it automatically, takes that as a room. But you see this area, it's kind of not, this is also added into my space over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first divide that so that make it as a separate space over here. And to do that, we like in our area where we had the area boundary, here for rooms, you have the room separator over here. So just go into room separator and you can just add a room separation line on this. Okay. So you can just add a room separation line to this. And that is now your room separation line. Now, if you go and try to place a room, you can see that it highlights this as a separate space and this as a separate space. Okay. Right. So now, before placing this, what I can also do is I can, you can see that there is an upper limit in the options bar. You'll find there is an upper limit for this. So here I'll choose this. The upper limit is the building 3 level 2 without any offsets. Okay. And I'll just place this. Okay. Now I can add this 1, 2, maybe the lift on this side. And maybe this space, I can add the tags in this. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly place the tags inside each, or sorry, the rooms inside each of these spaces. Okay, now once you have done with this, we know that it's called as rooms. So you can see that it's all called as rooms now. So this is there. Now what I can do is I can just right click on this. I'll say I want to duplicate this view and I want to create a duplicate of this. Now it creates a copy of that, but without any tags in this. You see, you don't have any tags. It's just the, but when you move your cursor, like you'll find the rooms added in this. Okay, so it's just created a copy of this, and we know that it's again, you can see in the project browser here, this is shown as level 1 copy. So here I can right click, I can rename this, I can call this as my for my presentation. Okay, so I'll just put this as my presentation here. So I have this ready. Now, once again, I can just right click on, I can open this, or I can just right click on this. I can say I want to duplicate this with a detailing. So it creates a copy of that. You see, there is another one copy here where I have this. Now here, what I can do is I can rename this as my working drawing kind of thing, just for the understanding. I'm just doing it. Okay. So now I have this level 1. This is where I'm going to work on the model. So this is going to be the presentation, and this is going to be with the detail, or I'll just say rename this and put it as a detail view, detail drawing. Something just for my understanding. Okay. Right. So here I have this presentation now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm just going to add the rooms. They don't have the tag now. So first, let us define the scale for this. I can say I want to put the scale here. You can see, you can define the scale for this, put the scale in this 1 in 50 scale or 1 in 100 scale. So whatever is the scale that you want, you can just quickly change the scales of this. And here, if in case you want, you can put it as a fine detail or a coarse level detail or the medium detail, so that's there. Now, to make this interesting, what I'll do is I'll just select this wall here, and I would go into the properties of this wall, where I can select this edit type. Okay, and I'll be able to edit the pattern here. So now if you see, there is a coarse scale fill pattern and the coarse scale fill color. Now, instead of this diagonal crosshatch pattern, so that is, if you zoom in, you'll be able to see this pattern here in this wall. So now I'm going to select this, say edit, and instead of the diagonal crosshatch pattern, I can click on this and I can put it as a solid fill. So now you see that automatically it shows a color like this. The reason is here, the coarse scale fill pattern, it has this. Okay. Now you can select the other wall here. You can say you want to edit this type. You can go and add the fill pattern to this, again as a solid fill. So it shows that. Now these walls are not shown in color because these are below the, the cut level or the cut plane. Maybe if in case I change the height of this, maybe say this is minus 1800 or something, or then you'll be able to see this space. Okay. Okay. So now I know that this is how the walls are displayed. Now I can go into my tag room here, and I can add the room tags to this. So I can just once again add the room tags to this. So it will automatically place the same tag here. Okay. So it's not going to have a different tags here. It's going to use the same tag here. Okay. And what I can do is I can go into my annotate tab here, and you'll find there is a color fill legend. Now I can quickly select this color fill legend and I can add it into my view. Now it prompts me like, how you want this color fill to be. So like based on what you want to define this color fills or how the schema for this color fill is going to. So here I'll say the space type, it should be taken from the rooms that I have created. And the scheme that it should follow is based on the room names, I would say. And I would hit OK here on this. Now it will automatically create a color fill here, and you'll be able to. Okay, so that's because okay. Yes, one mask. Yes. So that's because of my mask model, which was present in this view. So now you can see that you're able to see the color fills now. Okay. And here, the best thing is now when I go and say this is my stair 1 or stair A something. So now I'll call this as my lift A. Okay. I'll call this as my WC. You know, all these, I'll call it as WC here. And, you know, the rooms which has the typical names is kind of the colors of this, you know, it also has the similar colors to that. And this I'll say is cabin, or I can just give some name for it. And here just putting some, I'll say this is the okay, and maybe this is a stair. This I can say is the an office. So, and the corridor spaces. So you see that it gives me a beautiful presentation with the color schemes here. So, guys, hope you understood this. Like, any questions? Okay, so you want to rotate the parallel to this? Okay, so that's now when you go into annotate here and say tag by category. So when you place the room tags, you can actually, you know, you can see the orientation here based on the model. If I put, so it's going to be along that. So when you're placing the tags, you have the option here to change it to the model. So you can just use the space bar so that it aligns to the model here. Is that clear? Raj Gautam, is that clear? Okay, so I hope this is something interesting that you have learned. Okay, so now we know that we have prepared a view here. Now let's break for lunch, and we'll resume back by 1:30. So anything related to yesterday's session or the today morning session. So if you have any questions, so we can take up those questions. Okay, should we start? So so let's resume this. And in the morning session, what we did was we created the you know the model from the existing forma. So we imported a massing model in from forma, and what we did was we created different flow plans from the levels that is directly coming in from the forma. And we also created the spaces, interior spaces, just trying to organize them with area plans and converted them into my building model here. So that's so that's how we created this. And we, since we wanted to do it like more like a presentation plan, we just created a duplicate of it and then added rooms to it and added the color fill to this. So this is how you work on this particular uh, view that you see here. Sorry about that. So let's move ahead and so let's see how to do a detailed drawing here. So now we know that we have these elements placed and we have the rooms and all placed in this. So now what I'm going to do is I want to do a detailed dimensioning for this and this, the dimensions for the spaces. And I want to get the details of that. So here, what we can do is you can just quickly change the detail level of this to a fine detail so that I'll be able to see the more detailed walls, the layers in the walls, and how the other adjoining walls are like connected. Like here, you can see how they interact and all. So this is a detail level, a kind of a detail level that you get from the walls, which is available. Now, in my detailed drawings, my requirement is I don't want to see the fixtures and the plumbing fixtures and the furnitures and all, or the elements inside, but I would like to see the room names and the room numbers along with the dimensions for this. Or maybe I just want to have the room name with the areas and maybe room name number and the area with along with the dimensions for this. So what I'm going to do is first I'll change this to a scale that I want to put it in my sheet. So I'll just put the scale here so that it's properly aligned, updated for the scale. Now next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my visibility and graphics from view tab. Here, I can just go into the model categories here and I'll be able to control the display of my furniture. So if I go into my furnitures here, so here what I can do is either I can uncheck this so these furnitures are totally removed from the view, or I can go into the same visibility graphics and for the furnitures, instead of removing them entirely from the view, I can put them in half tone so that they are kind of grayed out and I'll be able to see my model more clearly here in this. So now let's do the same thing for the plumbing fixtures here. So I can just go into my plumbing fixtures under the model categories and I'll just put them as halftone so that you can see this. Now my room tag, what I can do is I can use my space bar. If I use this, it's kind of rotated in this way. So, but if I put it as model and put it as spacebar, it's kind of aligned to this here. So to easily do this, what I can do is I can select one tag, the room tag here, right click and say, select all instances visible in this view. And in this, I can change the options in this options bar. I can change this to my model and I can use my spacebar for this, each of this separately. So just select and click the spacebar so that it changes. These are some things that you can easily do and you'll be able to, or you can, while placing itself, you'll be able to update them and so that it's properly done. Okay, now what I also need to do is I want my area to be added to these spaces or to the room tags now. So I'll just select any one room tag, right click and say select all instances in the view or in this entire project. So there are two options now. So you can see that if I go with visible in view, whatever is visible in this view, all the room tags will be selected and you can change the type of that. But if you go and click on this entire project, so it selects the room tags in the entire project, and you can go into the properties, the type selector here. You can change it to room tag with area. So it is now you can see that it's the room tag with the areas mentioned in this. Okay, and it's simple to generate something like this. So now we have this. Now we need to do a dimensioning for this, and dimensioning is also an important aspect here, and in presentations or in giving out the drawings. So now here, what I'll do is I'll go with my annotate to do the dimensions, and in my annotate tab, you can see that you have the align dimensions here. Now, once you go into the align dimensions, you can see that by default, you have a default style, which is already defined on this. You can either use that or you can go into edit type and you can customize that according to your requirement. So now I can duplicate this or I can just directly edit it without changing the name. So here I can say what is the dimension lines extension. So how it has to be. So what is the length of the witness line? So the witness lines are nothing but the two vertical lines that starts from the object, and they are called as witness line here in Revit. So you can control the length of that. Say this, I want it like 3.5 mm, and witness line extension, I want it to be 1.5 mm here, and this also to be 1.5 mm. So here I can also define the type of text that I want, okay, to be used in my dimension. So what is the width factor of it? What is the text size? The the background of the text. So all these parameters are typically like what you do in the other drafting packages, where you can just define the units, the primary units that you want for your dimension. You can just go choose it from either you can use the project settings or you can change this to meters, so that now it shows everything with meters here. Okay. Now you can also use alternate units here. So if in case, in addition to your primary units, you want to have some alternate units, you can choose that. So once this is done, you can just say, okay. And here you can see that you have the wall center line in the options bar. So guys, if you have any doubts, just please raise your hand and then you can unmute, because so that I can stop and then I can get your questions. Then we can work. Right. So here I have this, for this align dimension here, you can see that I have this wall center line as my reference to dimension. But instead, what I can do is I can also use the wall faces here to get the proper dimensioning of these walls. And here you see there is an individual reference by which what I can do is I can individually pick the wall faces here. Excuse me, can somebody is in unmute? Can you, I think, so you can actually select these phases and you can do a chain dimensioning here. So you can see that I can just go and click on each and every wall face here, and I'll be able to put this as my dimension. But this is again a kind of a tedious process, and if I have to make it even easier for me, so what I can do is to do this dimension, I would choose this wall faces, and here I'll go with this entire walls. And when you choose the entire walls, you have something here called as options. And from those options here, you can say you want to dimension the intersecting walls. And if there are any openings like doors or windows, you want to measure them along with including the width of the doors or width of the windows. So you can just choose these options, and what you can do is you can just select here, and it automatically places the dimension like this. So with all the wall thickness, and if there are any doors and windows in this, it automatically uh, takes into account that also. So for example, let's say I want to add a couple of windows to my wall here. Maybe I'll just add one window here. Okay. And maybe another smaller window here. Or let's make both as this 3 and 900. Okay, so I know that I have these two windows here in this. Okay, now let's quickly go ahead and say I want to go into my annotate where I want to get the align dimension, and this for the wall face and the entire walls. I will choose this say okay. Now when I click on this, you can see that it automatically measures the walls, the windows and the walls, the intersecting walls, everything, and that places the dimension. Now you can also edit these dimensions. Just select any dimension that you want to move. When there is an overlap, you can just move them and place them like this. So now you can see that you have this. You can just move this and add it. So this actually helps you to quickly do the dimensioning for your model. Maybe like in this case, I can just go ahead, say click on this, and this dimension is done. And maybe here another dimension. Now let's say I want to do a dimension for this. Now here I can go with individual references, and I'm going to do the interior dimensions in the spaces here. So I can just quickly pick these, and get the dimensions done for this. Or this, if I want to edit it till this wall, I can just drag this and leave it here. So just drag, leave it here. Or you can select any dimension at any time. You can say edit the witness line so that you can add additional dimensions here, or you can just once again click on that to remove the dimensions. So now we know that we can do the dimensions in this. Okay, and it's pretty simple and straightforward here, so that you can just quickly go ahead and pick the faces, and the dimensions are in a continuous dimension now. I think I need to do the dimensioning here, because this is where it needs more. Or this part from here to here. So you can see this. You can directly pick the faces. For one, I can say from here to here. Okay. So now we know that we can quickly have two different views, one especially for the presentations, one for the detailed layouts here. So where I have the dimensions and everything marked in this. Now let's go ahead and see like what I can do with Revit from Forma. Okay, so we already know that we have the this building, like the building 3 is where I wanted to do a commercial part, but my building 2 was my residential part, right? So let me open that view. So here, what I can do is, okay, so first things is I'll go turn off this topography from my visibility graphics. I can just turn off the topo solid here. Okay, and this group, I can right click and say hide in the view. Is it? So now the group is also hidden, the topography is hidden, but what I see here is actually the building 2 or the block which we already done. Now we need to have this another block here, which is at the behind of this. So I'm not able to see that. That's because, if you remember, like what we did was, this is a massing model. The one which we got from Forma is basically a mass model. And we have turned off the display of that mass in this project. So what I'll do is I'll just once again go and click on this show mass by view settings, and you'll be able to see that mass model here. Now, you can create walls from these phases. So now you can go into your 3D view here and, or the working 3D view that you have created. So you can just close this and you can open this 3D view that we have here. Now you can see this. Okay. Now here, when I'm adding the floors and when I'm adding the walls and other things, so what I can do is I can just go say, I want to add the floor by face, and I can choose this levels. Okay, and you can see that it's selected all the floor references. Okay, so Raj, I told you like for 27, you don't Revit 2027, you don't need your question was to you tried installing the send to Revit, and then you tried installing the add-in, and then you tried working with that, but that doesn't work with 2027, so it's a little bit different. So here, this is if in case you're using 25 or 26, you can use that, but in 27, it's a little bit different. Maybe I'll show you after this one. So after the part is done, I'll just try to quickly go through that part. Okay, so yeah, thank you. So let's continue on this. So I have this floor selected. I have the references selected. I would say I want to create the floor this time. Yes, it's 150. Okay. So now I know that the floors are created in this. And when you're creating the walls, you can define like which is going to be the reference here. So here I'm going to say the finish face interior is going to be the reference, and I can add the walls to this. Now, while adding the walls, let's say I want to have I want to choose the exterior wall here. So maybe something like this, I can choose, or I can say, select a similar type of wall here and say the interior face is what has to be applied or to be referenced with this face. So once we have the interior face placed on this, you can see the wall comes out of the massing element. So I can just pick the reference here. So now I know that this is my building here, part here. So now I just go into my level 2, building 2, level 1. So here again, I'll be able to see this. And what I can do here is, once again, I can turn off the mask model so that it's hidden in this display. And now you can just quickly create some references inside this. So what I'll quickly do is I can show you some quick methods to create or sketches inside this, how to create the floor plans inside this area. So let's start with something like a wall. Okay, I'll just go with the wall and I would choose interior wall here in this. Some interior wall here in this. And what I can do is I can put this like here. And I know that this is around 10 meters. So this is around 10 meters. So let's say I want to have 4 meter or 4.5 meter by 3 meter or 3.5 meter. So now I'm just going to have one room here. Same way, I'm just going to start something over here and just like, okay. Now I can just select these. I can just go into my mirror draw axis here. So, and I can just quickly mirror them so that I have one element here. Now let me just go create another space over here. So let's say want to add one more wall. And let me just add this wall. So here for this wall also, you can say you want to change the core scale fill pattern to solid black so that this is here. Okay. Now we know that this is some spacing that we have created. Let's try creating the other one here. So now let's just quickly select this. I want to mirror them here. This part. Okay. Now let's try to create some constraints so that it would be easy for us to edit the elements and work with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my align tool from the modify tab. I'm just going to choose the align tool here and let me align these two. Okay, you can see that when you're using the align tool here, you have options or you can choose which is going to be the reference and how you want this alignments to work. So here, what I'll do is I'll say I want to use multiple alignment. Okay, so that for one reference, I can align multiple elements. And I'll also go with this lock so that it's automatically aligned and locked. And I want to align it based on the wall faces. So here I'll choose the wall faces here. And I'll just say this is my reference, or here you can put it as the medium detail or the fine detail so that you know which face you're selecting so that it's easy for you to work on this. So now let's say I'm going to select this as my reference face and I'm going to align and lock this, and this. So I know that these three or these three walls are collinear with this. And whenever I try to change the dimension of this, it's going to edit all the three. Okay, likewise, what I can also do is I can align with this 1, 2, and 3. And these three are kind of aligned. Now let's align this with this. Okay, click outside. So select the new reference and I'll align this the same way. I'll do it for these two walls. And again, once again, I'll align these two walls. Okay. Now we know that all these walls are kind of aligned and I can just quickly edit my room dimensions in this. So let's see how this is going to work. Now, if I select this, you can see that it shows the measurement here. So this is the temporary dimension that it displays here. So, and what I can do is I can say this has to be like 3.5 meter. And you can see that all these rooms, the width or this length is going to be, or this particular dimension is going to be the 3.5 meters now. So, it's just like your iterations can be easy here. When you try to do your iterations, it will be easy and you can quickly edit and work with these kind of tools. So try using these tools most. Okay. And let's choose this here. I'll just select this wall And you can see that it shows this temporary dimension here and this. And I'll say this, I want it to be like 3.5 meters. So now I have this. These two dimensions are now constrained to 3.5 meter. So I'll select this and say this is going to be like 4.5 meter here. And this wall and this dimension is going to be 4.5 meter. So now I know that these spaces are defined for that, or it's aligned to that particular dimension that I have given. Okay. And now let's quickly add few more elements to this, and let's see how we can work with this now. Okay, so now this is 1.5, or maybe we should change this to some 3 meters here at least. So let's say I want to move this wall down by along this now. And this rooms is like 4.5 meter. I'll select this and put this value here as 1.8 meter. Okay, and this I'll select and say is like 3.5 meter. Okay, so I think this side I can say this is going to be, this wall is going to be 2 meters now. And this wall I can select and I can make this as 4.5 meter in this, right? So the center space, I have some corridor space here. So I have two different types of block here in this. So this was one and this is one. So now I have these two created. Now let's quickly do some work in this. So let's say I want to use trim or extend single element where I can extend this, and that kind of connects like this, and I want to extend to this, I want to extend this. So here I'm just going to make a few spaces here. So like maybe this I can trim here in this, and here I can use this. Okay, now let's say I want to add some rooms in this. I want to go into architecture, or I can choose the existing wall to recreate the same similar type of wall, say create similar, and I can add the space here. Okay, I can just quickly add the space here. I add this wall and make this as a space. So you can see that this is done. So now let's add some doors and other elements to this. Maybe I just want this to be I want to add one room here and one room here in this. So once again, I can say create similar and add it here. Likewise, I can just add one here in this. Okay. So yeah, coming back to this. So what I can do is I can just quickly go into my doors, and we know that we have already added few doors in this. I can choose the door that I want to be used here, and I can add this door. And you can see that it's automatically placed here. So now let's say I want to add one single door here in this. Yeah, I want to put this here. Yeah, I want to add one door here in this. So I'm just adding some rooms. And let's say I just want to add few more doors here in this. Okay. Now, if you want to change the dimensions of this, yes, you can change the dimensions of that. You can add additional doors to this. Okay, and here again, let's say I want to have one door here and maybe another door here. Okay, so now let's say I want to do the same thing for the other one. So I can just quickly say right click, say create similar. See, these are some quick tips that you can use, or the tools that you can use quickly to create similar type of doors that you want. Okay, so here I'm just going to place this door here, and I can use the space bar. So then I can just add one door here in this, another door here, this part. With here also, I can just change this door. Maybe I can just quickly move this to this side, and this I can say I want to move and put it on this wall here. Maybe with this. And I'll be able to directly control the dimensions of this, and maybe I can move this door here and say this is. So now you see you get some good spacing here. So you can just try all these iterations. So you can just say at the door over here. Okay, you can have one door here in this, another door. Okay, so now we know that this is how we have done. Maybe here I can add the stairs or the lift on this side. So this is my residential block where I have the multiple units, and if I want the same thing to be copied to multiple levels, so what I can do is I can just quickly select this, where I can also use shift to deselect what is not required. I can deselect once use holding shift, I can deselect the elements. Now with these elements selected, I know that this is the building to level 1. Now I want this to be copied to all my typical floor plans. That's for in the level 2, I have like 8 levels. Sorry, the building 2, I have 8 levels here. So what I'm going to do is I'll say copy to clipboard in this, and I can use the paste align to selected levels. So where I'll be able to quickly copy them to the multiple levels. Only thing is I just need to be a little bit careful about selecting the which levels I want this. So you can see that I'm selecting the building to from level 2 to 8, and I would say okay. And this is automatically copied to all the levels. And for reference, you can just go into your 3D view here, and you can see. Now you can see that all the things are copied. Now this can also be created as a group, maybe one unit as a group. And if you copy it to the multiple levels and you edit at one level, so it's going to edit all the levels. So this kind of thing will, help you to create one model, quickly and easily throughout this in this process during the process. So hope you had some idea of this. Any questions on this? If you have any questions, you can just raise your hands, and then you can unmute and you can ask. Yes, Mohammed, yes, you can unmute and you can ask your questions more. So hello. Yes, Chandru, you have any questions? So anybody has any questions on this? Okay, so how does that walk through? Okay, yes, I'll cover that. I'll just cover that. So I hope you understood on these things. Like, so let's quickly go back to the level 1 here. Okay, so the same way, what you can also do is, as requested, I'll just quickly show you how to create a walkthrough in this. So first things is to work on a walkthrough or create a walkthrough from Revit, you just go into your view tab and where you'll find there is a 3D view here. Now, in this, if you select the the bottom half of the button or the arrow here, it shows the three options like the default 3D view, the camera, and the walkthrough. So now what you can do is you can just go into the walkthrough here, and you can start saying from where you want to start this. You can just start picking that. So let's say I want to start my walkthrough from somewhere over here. Okay. I want to go like this, and I'll just go around this area. See, since I have not placed much of the components in this, you won't be able to see them. So, but I'll just pick the path where it has to follow and where it has to stop. Once this is where it has to end, you just stop it here, right click and say cancel. Now you'll be having this path here. You have the walkthrough path over here. Now, before you go into walkthrough, so what I would suggest is, uh, close all the inactive views, keep the current plan view where you have sketched the path. Now select the walkthrough path and then click on this edit walkthrough at the top here. So now you'll be able to see this. Okay. Now, in this, you can see there is something at the top in the ribbon bar. You'll have this open walkthrough, reset cameras, previous keyframes and all. So that is, you can actually go back to the previous keyframes, or you can move to the next keyframes in this. Okay. And when you go and say open walkthrough, it takes you to the view of this. Now here, what I can do is you can just type in the frame number as 1 so that it goes to the frame number 1 here. And this is what you will see in this. Okay. Now, before editing or doing any changes in this, I would, I would ask you to do one thing here. That's in your view tab. You can use this style views so that you can see the walkthrough camera in the view here, and you can also know where the camera is in the plan view. So in this way, creating this or editing this walkthrough becomes a little bit easier so that you don't walk through a wall or something else. Okay, so you can just quickly change the visual styles of your walkthrough here by changing this to shaded. And maybe if you want, you can adjust the camera angles and the camera here. So now we know that this is how it is going to be displayed. Now, what I can also do is I can just go into the plan view here, just click on the plan view here, and in your edit walkthrough here, you can see that you're currently editing the active camera now. So here in the options bar, you'll be able to see the controls where you have the active camera controls now. You can adjust this by changing this, dragging this so that the view is kind of adjusted here. And you go to the next keyframe, it shows you this. Now you can quickly edit how you want this. I can see you can just go to the next keyframe here, maybe change this a little bit so that you're able to see this part. Maybe you can drag it down. You can just come here, adjust this. Okay, you can go back to the plan view and you can say next keyframe. So in this way, you can actually see see this in see the camera here and the position of your camera here and the direction of view and all. You'll be able to control this. So this is the active camera that you can edit. You can also edit the path. Once you put it as the path, you'll be able to move the path to some other position and all. And finally, like you can also edit you can add or remove the keyframes here so that, it adds more keyframes so that you can have the smooth turns and you can have the smooth path of the camera. So now, let me just come back to the frame number 1 here. And here you can see that there is something here called as frame settings, where you can just quickly go into this and you can define, a frame settings here within this. So like you can say what would be the frames and total number of frames and what is the frames per second that you want. So based on this, your total, walkthrough time is defined over here. And you can see that now it shows that as 20 seconds. Maybe I can put this as 600 frames. Maybe that would be around 40 seconds. Say apply. So you see it's around 40 seconds now. But this is just quick walkthrough. It's not a very, a realistic one because we are just placing the camera and we are trying to move around with this. So let's just say okay here, and I'll select this. I'll go to the edit walkthrough and hit the play button here. So now you can see that how the camera moves along this, and you can see okay. So here I have just placed the conceptual doors. It's not the actual doors that I have done. These are the kind of conceptual doors that I have placed. So you can see that it's now like this. Now, if you want to adjust the height of these cameras and all, so you will be able to do that. You can control the height of this level. You can just, before you create the walkthrough, you will be able to control that actually. So when you go into, being in this plan view, if I go into my walkthrough, so here you can see the height offset here. So where you can define the eye level offset for the cameras so that we know at what height this camera is going to be placed and, from what height it is going to run. Okay, so if in case, this is something which you're doing it within Revit. So now there are tools from within Revit from where you can just create the walkthroughs. Now, if you look at this, you have the twin motion here. You can just send this model into twin motion and you can do the realistic rendering there, because twin motion is by default, it's a real-time render engine where you'll be getting the models with all the material, the elements and everything directly there. So, and you can do the complete rendering of images or walkthroughs in that. Okay. So I hope this is clear. I hope this is clear. Okay, I think I have one more question here. So where it is, so do how to do a walkthrough on staircase? Okay, so you want to move from level one to level two. So it's better to do it in products like Twin Motion or 3ds Max, where you can actually do that. It's more easier when compared with what you can do with Revit, because in Revit you need to cut sections or have some views for where the path is, and try to adjust the cameras along the stair where it goes up. So it's bit process is a bit tedious, but I wouldn't recommend doing that at this stage for this particular competition. Maybe for some other purpose, yes, you can do that, but not during this competition, because that's going to take up a lot of your time. So the best solutions would be like to work with maybe level by level, and maybe just stitch them together, maybe for 1 or 2 levels, not more than that. But in case you want to do that in a more better way, it's better to go with some Twin Motion, or the 3ds Max, or any Twin Motion is one of the beautiful rendering tools that is available for Revit. So you can directly send this model and you can render it there. And in that you have some camera angles and camera settings, predefined ones, where you can just like zoom in or zoom out of the things, and that gives based on that you can also prepare a kind of cinematic rendering from that. So cinematic camera shots kind of things can be done from this. So that's okay. Yes. So I think I have just quickly given you some details about how to work with different tools, and how to use the tools and how to work with these tools to quickly achieve your presentations, like walkthroughs, or creating the plans, doing the iterations on the plans, with the align and all. So yes, I think I have. Yes, Kanabran, if you have any questions, you can unmute and you can ask the question. So I think. Okay, so there is one more question. Is there any training classes like this scheduled on any other days? Um, say I'm really not sure about that as of now, because once you have joined with the Buildathon, the app, or when once you are registered, you'll be getting updates of it, and you'll also be getting bit-sized, you know, training and tips and tricks and all that. You'll also be getting a lot of training contents, so that you can learn by yourself. You can just do some exercises, you can try it out and you can work on that. Yes, but uh, schedule like this, I'm not sure, but this I'll just inform the team, the backend team, and if there is anything, it will be communicated to you people. uh, you know okay, thank you. So any doubts on this? Any questions, any doubts in this? So in this session, do you have any questions or any doubts in this sessions? I think there's no questions. So let's move ahead. Let's do something interesting here. So now we know that we have prepared some flow plans, and now let's say I want to do some sections. I want to cut some sections from this, and I'll just go back to my tab views here so that I can see this. Okay, now you see this. This is what I'll be able to see in this level. And let's say I just want to add, if in case I want, I can add the rooms for this. I can add the color fills. I can prepare something similar to this like presentation here. So here, once again, I can just add few more rooms and I can do the color fills on this. So that's going to make my both the blocks look, more presentable here. So, okay, so let's, if in case you want, I can just try this out. So it's not much. So I'll just quickly go ahead, put some rooms here. Okay, so I'll just say based on the model. So I know that it's aligned to the model now. And so let's say this is it's kind of a 3-bedroom here. So that's fine. So like just give names for this. Okay. So let's say this is my lobby or the passage or whatever is that you want to call it. I'll just put some name for this here. I'll say this is my living space or living/dining. Okay, and I want to call this as my so I can just quickly give the same names for all these three. Sorry, I want this to be the bedroom here, and this to be the kitchen with dining or kitchen with some utility kitchen and utility together. Okay, so here I can do the same thing. I can just copy these and put them here. So I can just quickly make this space more look more presentable here. I can just say this is going to be my so let's copy this. And I can also edit the color fills. I can also customize. I know I can edit these colors to my liking. So for example, what I can do is I can just go select this room legend over here and I can hit on this edit scheme. So once I do that, I'll be able to define what color this has to be. So for example, I'll just give this as a black color here. And instead of the solid fill, I'll just change the fill pattern to be cross hatch 1.5 mm. So wherever there is a name called as bath, so it's going to be filled with this kind of pattern. So, or maybe if you feel that's a little bit darker, so what you can do is you can change the color to somewhat grayish here. So just say okay, and that's going to be updated here in this. So it's like very simple. Okay, so colors for rooms, yes. Since we have already added the room legend, it's just need to add the room inside these areas and inside these spaces. Just add the room. And like what we already defined, you have to say what is the upper limit, what is the offset and all, and then you just put the rooms. And then we just add the names to them. So that's all. And if in case you want to edit the color schema here, so you can just go select this, say edit scheme, and you can change the colors to whatever you want. You have the default colors. You also have the color books here where you can just play around with this and add a lot of colors to this. Okay, so that's how you do this plan, the presentation plan here. The same way, when you open the detailed drawing here, again, you have this, you can go, let's do something interesting here. So let's add some windows to this. And I would go with some corner windows in this area here. Oops. Okay, so for this, and for this over here, okay, so let me add these windows, and let me add some more windows to this, so I can just okay, I'm just roughly, placing them, but you can actually place them and control the dimensions also. Now, once you have done, you can just go hit the annotate where you have the align dimension with wall faces, and I would go with this entire walls in this, and I can just quickly get the dimensions of this and place them here. So, it's very straightforward. You can just see all the dimensions with the dimensions of your windows. Everything is now marked, and you get the detailed dimensions here. Now, in case you want to add some additional things to this, yes, you can add them, or maybe you can just go back, say individual references, and you can mark from here to here is going to be 1 unit, and see when you move, you can see that it automatically places that, or you can just say wall face to wall face is and here. So that gives the outer measurements of the space. And here 1, 2. So now, you would have completed the dimensioning for this too. Okay. Now let's see how to, add these to our sheets. Okay, so now let's quickly go and say I want to put them in the sheets here. So what I'll do is I can just quickly go with my view tab where I have my sheet. Okay, so if you go into this, you can see that is by default, you have only one sheet added in this. And maybe if in case you want to add more sheet sizes, you can, if the library is installed in your system, you can just load them, or you can just go back to insert here, say load Autodesk family, and so just give it a minute. Okay, I think. So here I'll just go with this all results here, where you'll have the title blocks, from where you can choose the title block that you want, the size of title blocks that you want to use. So you can choose the sizes that you want for your presentation, maybe like A2 or A1. So depending on the size of the project, you can just choose them. And once that is added to your current project, you can go back to the View tab again, where you'll be having this sheet, and you can choose the sheet size that you want to use. Maybe I'll just go with this A1 or A2 metric here. So let's say I want this A2 metric. Now, in this particular sheet, you can see that you have the project name, the title, the owner, so everything. So these informations, you can go into the Manage tab where you'll have the project informations, where you can just quickly add some of these informations like the project issue date, the project status, the client name, the address, the project name, and the project number. So all these data are directly added. Once you update it here, it's now updated to the sheet. And the sheets are also properly numbered. You can see that it comes with A101 like that. The sheet numbers are also done. So to add the views to the sheets, it's what you do is you just go into your view tab again, where you'll have this place view. So you can just click on this place view and you can choose the flow plan that you want to use in this. Maybe this presentation. Yes, I can just add that here. And just click inside this. I think, sorry, I just. Second, let me just add the view once again. So here, oops. Okay, so now I can just, now the reason is why it is coming like this is because of the positioning of it. Okay, but you can control that. So now you can select the sheet, you can change the sheets to A1 so that you have, this is your A1 sheet here, or maybe the A0 sheet, something. Okay, now you can do a lot of things, but due to time restrictions, I'm just quickly showing you like how you can add. Now you can also duplicate these views where you can say you want to have another copy of this. What I can do is duplicate this, and I'll say this is rename this. We'll call this as my residential. So rename and call this as the so you have this here. Okay, now here in this, I can say I can add something called as show crop region, and I'll be able to crop this boundary here so that I can just add only this to that sheet. And the other one, I can put it in another sheet. Maybe you can have two different views like this. Okay, you can say hide crop region. So this is the residential block. Okay, now sure, I can just delete this. And this presentation, once again, I'll duplicate it and I'll say, I want to put that as office law. Okay, so now in this, what I can do is once again, I can say cropping boundary here, and I'll be able to crop this till this extends. Okay, so I know that this is the expense that is required, so I can just turn off my dropping boundary here. Now I have these two views, so which I can So I have these two views which I can add in my sheet. So maybe the sheet size now I can put it as A1 or something. So here in this, I can just go into my view and I'll be able to add these office block. So you see the presentation here. So now I would open another new sheet here with the same A1 size. So, and now I can just add the residential block to this. So I'll go to view and once again, add this block. So like this, you can also have these sheets done. You can export these sheets as PDF. Okay. You can go and say you want to click on the file where you have the export and you can see you can directly export these sheets as PDF. So the thing is like you need to prepare the views first. So prepare the model, prepare the views, and then export them as sheets, put them into sheets, and then export the sheets as PDFs. So if you go into PDF here, export as PDF, you can choose the sheets that you want to be exported. And you can give a name for this and you can save it in any particular location that you want. And you can choose the sheet size or the sheet size is by default, it's selected over here. So it's going to use the same sheet size and just hit the export. It's going to do the work for you. Okay, so, okay, you want to add the room tags in this plan. Now see, this is, I brought this as my presentation plan here, but I don't have the tags in this, right? So what I can do is I can just quickly go into I can directly double click from my sheet here instead of opening the view. The easiest way is to double click here within this view. So the view gets activated. And what you can do is you can go into your annotate here, say tag all. So this is one interesting tool here called as tag all. And here you can choose the room tags. Okay, and say the room tag has to be with the area. And you can say the tag orientation has to be horizontal, vertical, or any ways that you want. So, and you can also define whether it has to be with the leader, okay, or not. And then just say apply and say, okay, now if you look at this, you have the tags added in the sheet, then right click and say deactivate this view. So this kind of adds this to the views here. Okay. Now, you can also do the same thing for the other sheet. So now you have the sheet 2, so that you can just open that sheet where you have this plan. Just double click to activate this and tag all the same room tags, but this time room tags with area. Again, a horizontal, say apply and say okay. Now you can right click and you can say deactivate this view. So you're back in the sheet. So, so any other questions, guys, on this? Okay, so I'll wait for your question. So. Okay, so by adjusting the scale, can we place the view in the sheet? Yes, of course, because whatever scale you have defined, that is what is going to come here. So if you look at the views, I'll show you that. So I'll just, so here I know that this is in a scale of 1 in 50. Okay. Now, if I move this to 1 in 100 scale and, or change that to scale 1 in 100, it's it's automatically changed in my sheet. You can see that. So the, in the sheet also it gets updated accordingly. So you need to, whatever scale is there in the view, that is what will come in the sheet. So you need to plan the scales, view scales accordingly so that it follows a proper scale. Okay. And it's properly accommodated within the sheets also. So yes. So any other questions? Any other questions? Uh, thanks, Raj. So if there are other questions, if there are no questions, we'll quickly have a small bio break for 10 minutes, and then we'll resume back. Okay, so there are a lot of other things that we have to discuss on this, and we'll just quickly try to help you, give you the details on the competitions and other stuff. So my team also wants to have quick Q&A sessions with you people. So we have that also lined up. So we'll take a short break and we'll come back. Now it's around 3 p.m. So we'll have a break till 10 minutes. By 3:10, we'll be back and then we'll continue on this. Okay. In 27, right? So to work, how to work with this in 2027. So okay, so if you have the 27 installed, so let's see. What I'll do is I'll just need to go with this. And right now I have my 2027 in here. So you can see my Revit 2027 here in this. And I'm just going to put this, open a new project in this. So let's say I want to go and browse my metric. Okay. So I have a project opened here. So first thing, what I'll do is I'll just quickly share my screen. So I'm just going to quickly share the screen here. Sorry. Yeah. So it's done. Okay. Okay, now let's share this model in the cloud, or let's upload this model to the cloud. So I want to save this model as a cloud model, not as desktop model here. So if you're using 27, what you can do is you can go say in this collaborate, you have the manage scenarios over here. So where you can manage the scenarios from Forma to this, and here, but you can actually work between these two, Forma and Revit together. And here, what I'll do is say file, save the cloud model. So I'll just go into the cloud model here, and here it directly prompts, takes me to my Forma data management that's by default incorporated with your Revit as well as with your Forma. So the data management is the common data environment where it's part of a common data environment where you have, it's kind of a storage space where you have all the projects, all the files, everything stored in that. Okay, so now when I hit the save to cloud, you can see that it goes into my hub. Here it shows my hub, and I can just go choose the project that I want. I can just go search for the project and I can select this project here. So once I select the project, within that, you'll be having the project files. You can just open this folder, and within this folder, you can save this as name. You can give a name for this Revit file. You can say this is the on 2026 model. So I'm just giving a name for this. I would save this here. Now my Revit model is actually saved on the cloud on the same folder or on the same project. It's within the same project now. So you have a hub, and within that hub you have a project, and within the project you have this file added to that project. Now your Forma data is also there, your Revit data is also there. So now we are just going to try creating a link between them. And in 27, it's by default, it's kind of the 27 is a connected cloud connected or Forma connected client. So you can just directly push the model from Forma to Revit or from Revit back to Forma to things like that. So that's so let it just save this model. So once the save is done, I can show you how we can take it back or take the model from Forma to Revit, from Revit back to Forma. I think okay. Yeah, the model is now saved to the cloud. So yes, I'll just close this. And here I'll just go with this manage scenarios over here. And you can see that it shows me to connect to a scenario. So for now, right now, I have not created any scenarios in this. So in my Forma. So the scenario has to be created in Forma and it has to be connected to this project here. So what I can do is I can open my Forma where I have this the proposals here. So you can see the proposals here. So let's create a copy of this. Maybe I'll duplicate this again. I'll just rename this so that proposal one, this is for, the scenario, or I'll just put it as R to F, or sorry, F to R. Format to Revit something so that I can understand why this is being done. So once you have this proposal created, the proposals here. You see here we have this Revit where you can send to Revit. This is for basically for the 25 or 26 versions. But if you look at this small tool here, this is the same thing. It looks similar to what you have here in others. You see this? Both are the same. So the managed scenarios. These are this. This is where you create the scenario over here. So just go into the scenario and say you want to create a new scenario here. And so this scenario is going to be within this Buildathon 2026 training and the project file. So that's where I have my Revit file. So I'm just going to put this as my proposal one or something so that I can identify that. And I'll say create and connect here. Okay. Okay, so now it shows connecting to a scenario here. Okay, now you can see that it's still updating on this. So in the meantime, let's go, okay, connected to scenario proposal one. So that's done. Now let me just go into my Revit 2027. Here, I'll just say I want to connect to a scenario here and there's this. Okay, 1 second. So here, so this is my managed scenarios where I can connect. Sorry guys, just give me a moment here. I just and where is this? It's still not updated here. Okay, so sorry, just give me some time, but this should be working. I don't make just give me a moment here. Um, okay, so I have a question from Ranam Yusuf. Okay, so Yusuf, like here you can use 26 because that's kind of directly you can send the models directly using the beta version of Format to Revit plugin. So you have that. 1 second. So let's then just so you can use 26 because 27. I would suggest to work with 26 or 25. So 26 is the best choice, I would say. Okay, so this I think my connecting here. So the former connected client is still under the preview here, so it's not completely updated. So I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that now. So but this is the procedure, but I would prefer you working with 26, Revit 2026 rather than with 27. So I suppose yes, okay. So thank you. So any other questions? And let me just go back to my so, so this is my okay. So right, but this scenario is still not updated. So guys, better work with 26 rather than the 27. So you can kind of directly share this model to the Revit here. Okay. So you can just send this model to Revit and you can work on that. So any other questions? If you have any questions on this last 2 days, yesterday and today's sessions are open for that. So if you have any question, you can just unmute and you can answer the ask your questions. So is any other questions on this? So I hope you understood the workflow. So you have to work between forma and okay. So I have a question. So when creating a building, how can I ensure that building meets the okay? Yeah. Okay. So no, actually, see this your question. Yes, you can actually do this. Yusuf, you can actually what you can do is you remember if you remember I did some Revit, the area plan and Revit. So that's my Revit here. So in Revit, when we did this, when we were when we were working on this, if you remember, I would have created some area plan for this. So I think it's here. So based on this area plan, you can just first create these area plans if in case you have the floor area distributions and all those stuff. So what you can do is you can actually divide that the total floor area. You can divide it like 30% of the GFA goes to this. And 10% of GFA the trap the in the bin in between and 60% on the like what you have here. As per your question, you can just create a area plan first, define that spaces, define the areas, so you can understand like for each level like how many areas it's going to come. So then maybe once you have that, you can just keep it as reference, send it to using that reference. You can just try building the model in Forma. Just add the length, width, and height of the using line building and line building, or maybe like use the basic building to create that. Okay, to just create the areas in that, and then assign the um, in the floor, what is the type it is going to be? Maybe like residential or commercial or any such thing. And then what you can do is you can do the analysis there in Forma and you can bring it back into Revit. So that you cannot directly do it within the Forma, but you can have a quick reference in Revit and you can use that inside your Forma. So I think I have another one question. So can you send us the thanks, Yusuf. But okay, so Aishwarya, you have asked a question saying that can you send us the recording of our classes in the group? See, I think I just need to check with the the team, they'll be doing that needful, but I'm not sure when that's going to happen and how it is. But I think there'll be some.
Well, sir, I can answer this question.
Yes, please. Thanks, Prasad. Thanks.
Yes, sir. So,
Yeah.
students, so kindly can wait for some time. Okay, we need to process the video, and officially it will be launched in Buildathon website, and it will be uploaded in the Buildathon YouTube channel also. And yes, of course, we will be sharing you the recording shortly. But it takes some time. Allow us for at least 2 working days. Okay. Monday or Tuesday we'll be able to give you a proper answer. But keep staying with us in WhatsApp group. No, myself, Vimal sir, and no team is there in the group. So any doubts, any clarity, okay? In our time, will be replying back to you in the group. Okay. Hope this helps.
So,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you, Prasad. Thank you. Thank you, just for your timely help on that. So yes, guys, you'll be receiving the recordings, but it might be through the official channels. So it might take a couple of days time, and it will be delivered to you soon. So, but stay connected with us on the WhatsApp channel, so that WhatsApp group, so we can any queries you have, you can just put it across, so that we can try to help you out on that. And before going ahead, I would just once again want to go back to my. Sorry, just give me a moment here. So just trying to. So I'll just quickly. I think there is one question. Maybe I don't know, Prasad, can you just look into it?
Yes, sir, I've seen it. Atikash, okay, thank you for today's training program. One suggestion, it would be better if you use some keystroke visualizer. Okay. Oh, fine. Yeah, in future, trainings, definitely will think to it. We'll check what we can do with the keywords. Yeah, we'll take your suggestion. Thank you, I think for that. Raj Kodam, you are not in the WhatsApp group. Okay, how can I join? Allow some time, Raj Kodam. Now I'll share the QR code for joining this. Then who are not joined, you can join it. Okay.
So just just a few things before we wind up. So I just want to just okay. So yeah, as I was discussing, so the views that would be more of expectations would be like site plan, the floor plans, one sections, maybe a camera view. Okay, and some sheets and annotations where you can have the title block, you can put some dimensions, and maybe the forma matrices inside that. If you have it as images, you can just pull that into this. You can also use some renders like from Twinmotion, so you have that, and you can export that as PDFs and PNGs and all. So that's and make sure that you have a proper naming for this. Maybe like a team name, a building name, or whether it's a section or an elevation or something. So try to do everything in a proper way. So don't leave anything to chance. So and one small thing is, before we wind up, that the winning submission is a story with proper evidence. So that's what I would look like, or it would be. So, you can have a 5-part storyboard where you can have the challenge, what is the brief, and the site demanded, and the analysis probably like what data and what the data told you, basically the former maps that you have, former data that you have, and the design. So that's your the total massing logic and the hero building or the key building that you have with all the important aspects inside that. And fourth is the impact. Maybe you can have an you can have the figures and numbers like where you have give the proper numbers of what is the how comfort hours gain, what is the kilowatt generated, the GFA delivered. So these kind of things you can just try to add it into this, and maybe you can have the fifth slide, like or fifth or sixth slide, where you can have just the team who did what and what you do next. Okay, so that's would be something like a winning submission. So which the suggested time plan is between 18th and 19th August between the Singapore time, like it's around, so what I would suggest you to do is for these 2 days on the day one, okay, so decode the brief, just find out the site, define the context, so prepare the first massing and, do the analysis, do the two options, three options, pick the proper data that you want to work with and maybe start development of the hero building or the final model that you or the design proposal that you have suggested. Do the renders, sheets, boards, and submit it before by sometime around 5:30. Don't take it till the last time because due to rush, you might not be. There might be um, some issues also, and if there is some issues at the last moment, you might not be able to submit it on time. So you know, so the golden rule I would say is submit something complete at a 90% polish, never at 90% of something perfect. So you get that. So try to prepare as much as possible. Have a lot of data. Have a lot of proper, data that is going to complement your design ideas and try to use them much. And so your resources and your pre-competition checklist would be, just keep the learning. Okay, keep learning this fortnight. So that's you need to keep on learning on this. You have the Buildathon Hub, you have the Autodesk Learning. So that is one web page I would like to quickly show you here. So that's called as the, probably after this, I can just share the, share that. There is a web page called as Autodesk Learning. You can just Google that Autodesk Learning and you can, create a login with your Autodesk ID. And you can just search for this course called as Introduction to BIM for Architectural Design. So this will help you to understand how Revit and Forma is going to be used and how you can quickly work with this. And this is a very short, small course. You can just quickly do that. And so you can have, as I told you earlier, so I'll try to prepare a step-by-step tutorial which can guide you on this, and we'll be sharing it with you at soon. So the second thing is your practice the full loop once, so once or twice. Okay, so first is the site massing analysis, then take it into Revit, put it on sheets, and it's like end to end, and do it once or twice. And as it says, teams that have done a dry run finish hours ahead. So I want all of you to do at least one or two dry runs, check how it is working. So just on any site that you have, so that you keep on practicing, you get to learn more things, and which can help you in this competition. Okay. And these are some of the checklists. That's like you need to have a team of 2 to 4 registered before the August 10th, and all your education licenses has to be verified. Forma and Revit, Forma, you'll be able to access an open Forma, and you'll be Revit is ready. It's launched, and you'll be able to work in Revit. So. And also, my suggestion is always work with Revit 2026 rather than 27 for this, because format add-in app is now it works directly with 12, 25, and 26. So the 26 is the best option. And the WhatsApp channel, like is there. You can join in that, and always have a backup internet plan. and a team folder ready so that, anytime you can just jump back to that and you can have this. And finally, if you have any questions, I can just quickly, take up any questions, and or you can reach out to us at any time in the WhatsApp group so that we will be able to support you on that. And I think somebody's on. I think somebody's on mute. Can you just check? Okay. So just want to run through with something important here regarding the awards and recognitions of this competition. So here, Buildathon 2026, the first prize, it's going to be a global impact. So the package is includes awards, honors, and award medals. So you'll also have a regional travel and accommodation for your team, and with the VIP networking, okay, with organizing with the private dinner with the team of Autodesk and the leaders in this with some architectural firms, and you'll also get an opportunity to showcase your final designs to the Autodesk team, receive feedback and advice for the career. And on a professional certification, you get a professional certification voucher, which is which is a very good thing. Once you get certified as a professional, you will be qualified to use the products like Revit and the form and all. So now you also get a 12-month subscription to the global e-training. It's an online training, uh, hub where you have a lot of resources available. You can learn a lot of new things from that. And each team member is going to get one 3D connection space mouse with a lot of Autodesk merchandise. And all together, all this comes to somewhere around an approximate value of 10,000 euros, I suppose. I think this, I don't know. Prasad, can you just let me know if it is dollars or euros?
It is euros, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think it's been mentioned that different here, but it's going to be 10,000 euros as the first prize. And the second prize is going to be you'll get a professional mentorship program, a virtual mentorship pairing with industry leaders within the AEC space. That's architecture, engineering, and construction space. You'll also get the certified professional exam vouchers and the globally training with the 12-month subscription of that and the Autodesk merchandise. And the approximate value of your prize money would be around 5,000 euros. And the third prize is going to be we'll get a certified professional exam voucher with the 12 months subscription of globally training with Autodesk merchandise worth and together the approximate value is going to be around somewhere around 3,000 euros. And so there is a special category prize also here. So with certified professional exam voucher and the subscription to globally training, one year's or 12-month subscription to that, and CAD mouse Pro wireless for every team member. So, and the important thing is, the awards and recognitions and the how well you did with the competitions. So, I would say all the teams has to compete. I would make sure that we place in all these categories. Like I would, I'll be happy to help you out on any topics or any technical stuff that you have, any queries that you have before the competition. So, but yes, and very important thing is the important dates that you have to remember. So that's so the project briefing time is for APAC, that's Asia Pacific. So we have it on August 18th at 8 a.m. Singapore time. That's around 5:30 in our Indian time. So I would expect all the teams registered to be ready by that time. And, The final submission deadline is going to be on 19th, 6 p.m. So that based on Singapore time. So I don't want you to take it till that time. So probably try to wind off a little bit ahead of it, at least a half an hour ahead of it. So that's something people need to remember. And so the competition, as I told you, is running across the globe, and everybody is going to do work on the same time zones, same time frame, but it's going to be at different time zones. So, and one important thing is the reminder, register and this competition hub, and wishing you all good luck in this Buildathon 2026. And I have my team, Dr. Prasad is here, so he would like to formally have some Q&A with you people and end the session. So thank you, and over to Prasad.
Thank you, Vimal sir, for this wonderful today session. Really so impressive to see students asking a lot of questions and answering, and it's like very live and interactive. I could able to see that. So thank you, students. I would like to thank everyone who been there for all these 2 days. Patiently learning, listening to the lecture, and having this learning experience. Thank you so much, and thank you, Vimal sir, for the wonderful delivery of this program. So thank you so much. Uh, I hope my voice is audible now, sir. Kamal, sir.
Your voice is audible, Prasad. Yeah, it's clear. It's clear.
Yeah, thank you.
There was some background noise, but your voice was clear.
Thank you, sir, for the confirmation. So, thank you so much being patient here for the 2 days. So, just quick things. So, I have put in the chat box about that, the learning course which Vimal sir has mentioned it. So, you can you can have a look at it. You can bookmark that particular page. And also, I have pasted the Buildathon 2026 in the official website page. Okay, and prepare for the competition. That page also have bookmarked it. Okay, so you can kindly go through it and be familiar with the competition deadlines. And I have few announcements to be made. The very important one is after this training program, where we'll be having one, ask me anything like a query clarification session. Okay, the dates and timings. It's not a day. It's for 1 hour or 2 hours. Maybe in first week of August or second week of August we'll have it. Date and timing we are not decided yet. We'll let you know soon. Okay. I hope everyone in the or in the chat in our WhatsApp group, right? So if not, I'll just share that link also with you right now. So you can just join the group and stay tuned with us for the quick communication. Okay. So the date and timing for the doubt clarification sessions will be announced. Okay. So you can join when we have announcing it. So I'm just sharing the group link with you. So the chat I'm pasting, so you can students who are not part of that particular WhatsApp group, please join using the link. Okay. So any queries or any doubt you have related to the competition or any information regarding the competition, we'll be announcing. We'll be having the communication with you. Okay. So that is what I just want to convey to you. And regarding the competition and any doubts, please feel free to connect us. We'll be happy to support you on this journey. And timings and other things, we have Sir has clearly notified in this presentation. But anyhow, we will again give you a clarity, timing, everything will give you a reminders. Okay. So thank you so much for your time, for this learning. Okay, all the very best, guys. Prepare well. We have another 17 days more. So as India will represent, okay, and we'll make colorful coming out with the colorful colors. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you, Vimal sir and team for the great support.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So, and all the best to all the students. Thank you for joining this 2 days. And I wish you all the best of luck or good luck in this Buildathon 2026. Thank you. Thank you.